Stream, what were you doing? And welcome with you. Howdy. How is it going? Good to see you all right at the beginning here. Well, that means we just have to get right to the flight planning, I guess. Is that what it means? Let me double check, make sure I'm not muted and just mouthing at the screen. Okay, we are good. Yes, hello. We are doing the thing. Once I find the thing. So yes, we were over at Lubbock last week and we were checking out some sectional stuff, but boom, we're going back to our IFR things. We will look at, hopefully, potentially, maybe just a little bit of the marginal stuff. So maybe we'll wander over this direction and maybe try and find some marginal, because we are going to try to recreate, at least this was what my plan was, try to recreate a flight I had in real life recently. So let's see if that will work. I need an ILS. You hear me? Good. Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, apart from my, I don't know why I saw it looked like loose. Yes, apart from my grating voice, I mean, I don't wanna, I'm just kidding. So it was the non-towered airports. So I tried to do the non-towered airports when we recreate these things. Oh, ILS, perfect. So now, is there one very close by that has an RNAV? Ooh, perfect. Maybe, yeah, like that. Perfect. Maybe. So this one looks creepily. That could potentially work. Let's do this, maybe, perhaps. Or what's this one? Ooh, but there's rain. I don't want rain. Did that say rain? It did not. Okay, we're gonna try this one. Hello. And Cross Hyperu, thank you for the raid. How is it going? How was your stream? What were you doing? And welcome. Good to see you. Cross is the same idea. Yes, exactly. Hello. Oh, I have to look at that. That's so cute. Hi. We are getting to the flight plannings. Yes. I have stories. What am I doing? I'm not doing that. I'm planning. We want to go here. Oh God, okay. Temerson, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you putting up with me and my shenanigans. There hasn't been too many shenanigans yet. However, to be continued. Actually, we need to swap these. So go like this, and then we're gonna go like so. We're gonna go like so. Nope, that's not how I do it. There, and here, and there. Perfect. I think, maybe. So yes, there is a reason we're doing it like this. We'll get to that. You flew the 737 MAX 8 from MKE to MCO. Excellent. How did it go? That sounds fun. I'm gonna look, see. MKE and MCO. See, that's like another thing is I don't know planes and I don't know airports. I should, but I don't. I know exactly what I need to know when I need to know it. Ooh, it looks like a pizza slice. That's so cool. Why did you decide to do that? And you were working Indie Center today where you basically didn't get to stop talking for 2 hours straight. How's your voice? Are you drinking that? Is it like lemon water? Is that good for that? Or like Like tea with honey in it? Are you a tea with honey person? Dang! And how did that go? Was it busy? I mean, I assume. Is it a busy type of day? Are there like certain days that are busier than others? And I assume certain like times a day, but you had some tech issues. It happens, but overall the flight was great. Excellent. Milwaukee and MCO is Orlando. Very nice. That sounds fun. It was a Southwest flight. Nice. Do you typically do those sorts of flights? And it all depends on what VATSIM events are nearby. Okay, sounds good. Interesting. I do need to get back into the VATSIM. I know. But we're gonna get there. I do. I want partial story time, so that like yes, I will be getting back into hopefully like other stuff than this stuff. So including VATSIM. Had lesson with friendstructor finally, and we worked on some stuff, and he did ultimately say he would feel comfortable signing me off like right now. I was like, no, but thank you, that's helpful at least, to like make me a little bit more what is it called? It's nice to hear that. Kithrick, thank you for the subscription. Hibbity hobbity hi-yo there. Hi-yo. I like the hobbity in there. Hobbits. How's it going? Thank you. Appreciate you so much. I hope you're well. But yes, like that's it makes me feel like I could potentially be done with the CFI or the double I soon. I'm sorry, chicken. But like I don't want to get too like I don't want to get complacent, I guess, is what I'm kind of getting at. So that's kind of it made me more comfortable. It made me feel like okay, it could happen soonish, but also I don't know. And then yes, hopefully I'll be able to be more aware of VATSIM events and things as well. But I'm glad that went well. Mainly short, medium haul flights. Nice, excellent. That sounds very fun. What's a crackin' malackin'? We are working toward our flight. So yes, lesson that I did with friendstructor. We'll go. There's stuff beforehand. However, the flight that we did was I had to fly from my airport to his airport where he lives, so he doesn't have to go as far. Landed there, story of its own, and got there, and he had only like a little bit of time. So we had to get to it. So quick went in the FBO. Was like, okay, what are we doing? We're going to file over to here, which has some stuff, but it's like hop, skip, and a jump. It was marginal weather, so we were going to get some actual. So filed it, and then we're basically going to take off, and then we were going to pick up IFR in the air for reasons, as well as to make it not as take as long. So hop, skipped, and a jump to do the ILS at that airport. So I filed, and then I looked at all the stuff. Where were we looking at? 5 Bravo 2. So we look at, boom, 5 Bravo 2. And 5 Bravo 2. Departure procedure. Climb heading 5-3. So heading to 1600 before proceeding on course. Runway heading 1100 before proceeding on course. 2-3. 233 runway heading to 1100 before proceeding on course. And then 3-2 for climb and visual conditions. Cross Saratoga County Airport at or above 1800 before proceeding on course. So, and that is the thing. So if we didn't pick up clearance on the ground, so technically we're taking off VFR, and then we are, so good to look at, but not necessarily needing to adhere, question mark. Yeah, so there's that. Then we'll look at our ILS. Where's that? Boom, 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 boom. ILS, localizer runway 1, Floyd Bennett Memorial. It is up to date, it is correct. It is up to date. Localizer 110.7, approach course 12, runway length 5,000, touchdown zone elevation 324, ADF required, or GPS. Circling not authorized, irrelevant, category D, circling runway 1230, not authorized at night. INOP ALS increase, irrelevant. We got our little cold temperature airport thing here to keep in mind, but I don't believe it is very cold. So negative 19 degrees Celsius. Let's see. Are we negative 19 degrees Celsius? We are not. Looks good. Amazing. Okay. Got our frequencies. So we're going to be coming this way to our... See, this one's a little bit of a tricky one. I might kind of fudge it a little bit. Let me see. Oh! Or, shoot, what's this one? We might actually do this one instead. Perfect! Oh, words, I can't say it because I'm a lady. Because that puts us right there for our initial approach fix. Okay, redoing. Rewind. Bum, ba-dum, ba-bum, 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 bum, bum. Let me see if this RNAV is... Yeah, that should work out fine, right? Takeoff minimums, open like a new tab. Then we are DDH, so we zoom, 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 zoom. Okay, now these ones, takeoff minimums and departure procedures. So we have both. Takeoff minimums, runway 13, standard with minimum climb of 645 feet per nautical mile to 4,000, or 2,600 ceiling and 3 statute miles of visibility for climb and visual conditions. Yes. 400 foot ceiling and 1 statute mile visibility. Runway 31 with minimum climb of 300 feet per nautical mile to 4,200 or 2,600 ceiling, 3 statute miles for climb and visual conditions. Departure procedure, climbing left turn direct to the CAM VOR DME, continue climb in hold, north right turns. Geez, this is one I haven't seen before. Okay. Climbing left turn direct to CAM VOR DME, continue climb in hold, north right turn, holding north, right turns 160 degrees inbound. So 160 degrees inbound, north, right turns to 4,400 before proceeding on course, or runway 31, climbing right turn direct, CAM VOR DME, continue climb and hold, north, right turns 160 degrees inbound to 4,400 before proceeding on course. Or for climb and visual conditions, cross William H. Morse State Airport at or above 3,300 before proceeding on course. When executing visual climb over airport, notify ATC prior to departure. Again, we are going to be picking up our clearance in the air. So, yeah, but that is interesting and new. So good things. So back to this. We are coming from this direction. We're going to do, so we're going to file direct to the airport. And then once we request, we're coming just off of here. We're going to be climbing. We're going to pick up our thing. And then we're going to request directly to, it said it's Cambridge VOR, to, do the ILS 1. So yes, again, this happened in real life. So that's why we're doing it again, recreating this madness. So 3,200. So we're going to file probably 3,500. And then they'll potentially try and give us 4,500. Or yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think I did. I think I thought I'll double check. I think I filed 3,500 and they gave me 4,500 before we requested the approach. And then, yeah. Or sorry, 3,000, I guess. Filed 3,000. So, yeah, so I guess, we'll We'll pretend we're doing that. Or we'll do 4,000 and they'll tell us to go to 5,000 and then we'll end up, yeah, over here somewhere. So, yeah, we're gonna come to the VOR and then we're gonna turn and then we're gonna 3,200 no procedure turn. So then we're just gonna go straight in and then, where does it say? 2,000 and then down. So 3,200 and then to 2,000 to our glide slope capture at 2,000 and we'll follow the glide slope down to 524. FAF to map is 90 knots, so 312. Looking for these lights are A5 and a PAPI. And if we were to go missed, climbing straight 900, right turn 2,100 to Gansey. Locator outer mark. And hold. Yeah. Excellent. All right. And then we'll be taking, we'll do that stuff. We'll be on the ground. We will cancel, and then we will flight plan, and our flight plan will be our RNAV to 1. And we're going to do the circling approach. So, circling not authorized southwest of runway 1331. So we will go north. So we're coming in here. They don't want us coming down here. Hello, hello! Thank you for the follow, 4CJ Aviation. Appreciate you. Just going through all of the tedious details at the moment, but that is what we do. So yes, appreciate you putting up with me and my shenanigans. So we ended up doing a circling approach because, again, so the first part of our lesson was basically, can I fly the thing and be in IMC and stuff like that. So it was just doing the approach as an instrument pilot. And then we landed and then we flight planned and he told me what he wanted me to do. We did, we got ATP cross country. And then we did unusual, he had me teach through unusual attitudes, tracking to the VOR as well. So this will be, and then circling approach. So that's why we'll do the circling approach to land on 3-1. So again, that's what we're talking about here. Circling not authorized southwest of. So we're going to do a right pattern to 3-1. Good to know. Good to know. So RNAV 13, it is correct. It is up to date. Approach course 132, runway length 3,700, touchdown zone elevation 818. RNP approach GPS, runway 13, irrelevant. Circling, we talked about that. Southwest, not authorized at night. When local altimeter setting not received, use AQU, altimeter setting and increase, all MDAs 60 feet. Frequencies, we're going to come to GAD, I assume. And that one wasn't filed, so yeah. No, we'll go here. GAD 4,100, no procedure turn, going to our FACSIB, and then it's 2,800 to our FEF, and down to our circling minimum. So 4,100, FACSIB, 132 to 2,800, SIBTA, and down to 2,500, 2,540. That didn't sound right. Yes. Same as our LNAV MDA. So that's nice. That makes things easier, I guess. And then we will do again, circling. We're going to turn left to do a right circle to 3-1. And if we were to have to go missed, climbing left turn to 4,100 to FACSIB. Excellent. Okay. I think that's it. We'll see what happens. Oh my gosh, you guys could see that, right? Oh, thank goodness. Yes, it disappeared and I thought that it was gone. My bad. But we're good. Okay, so this needs to turn on, this needs to turn on, this needs to turn on, and then we'll get the sim up. Wait. Okay. Working. LittleNavMap. Jupe. Not exiting out of track IR this time. Microsoft Flight Simulator. All right, so as that loads, we shall go over. Yeah, let's figure out what we've done. Since when? When did last we speak? Let me look. April 28th, it looks like. Okay. Sorry. I clicked a flight. I don't want to accidentally do something to it. April 28th. Oh, yes. Did many things. Okay. What is this one? Did... Get both my logbook and my schedule to cross-reference this stuff. Okay, so my pre-checkride private student had some solo time. He went and practiced. What did he tell me that he practiced? He said it went well. So that's good. I don't remember what he practiced. Yeah, he did some stuff. It was good. Worked out. And then the next time, post solo private student, we went over his navlog to, just kind of make sure that he's doing stuff correctly, because we're working toward doing our together cross country stuff. So went over that, and he didn't input all of like the stuff into the boxes and whatever. So I may be being a little bit picky, but I want to make, I want the work to be put in now so that the mental stuff is in there from now and beyond. So yeah, I told him to do it once we kind of plan when we're gonna go, do it again and make sure you actually do all of the things and have all of the things in, all of that data down. So then after that, we went and did more towered practice, working towards getting his his solo tower stuff. I guess I can put the sim on so that it's not just clouds. Where is the sim? There it is. Boom. All right. So, okay. So yeah, towered ops, crosswind takeoffs and landings, as well as apparently discussed ADM stuff. Some aeronautical decision making. And yeah, reviewed his cross-country navlog. And then started with a new student. We were gonna do paperwork and then go fly, but it wasn't good for weather. The weather wasn't good for flying, so we were just able to do paperwork. So it was funny because my the owner of the 150 got me in contact with this guy who then he called me for his wife to do the to do the flight lessons. And so we got in contact, and then we had a phone call to discuss stuff. Where were we going out of? KDDH, was it? Yes, maybe. And so it turns out that she just doesn't like doing like the texting and the calling and stuff like that. And I'm like, I totally get it. But I think that we're good now, where it's not a deal. So we did. We were able to talk, the sort of three of us on the phone, and go over stuff. And they just kind of want to do it casually. They just think it's going to be fun to be able to go up to places and over to places and down to places, and yeah, just for funsies, just for private stuff. And he wants to eventually do it, but for now, just doing her first, getting her through, and then budget-wise, then moving on to him. So yeah, what am I trying to do here? There we go, Microsoft Flight Simulator, KDDH. So yeah, so they both ended up coming together, and it was an interesting dynamic, just because like he was interested in this stuff too. So it was like talking to her and getting her set up, and talking to him, and like him asking questions and her asking questions and stuff like that. And they're both like really excited about it and everything. Got all that stuff taken care of. Probably gonna have to, yeah, like they're gonna be moving and she has to change her name yet and everything. So there's gonna have to be paperwork for that. And I'm gonna have to probably redo her TSA thing as well. So, yeah, so that'll be something new. But yeah, it will. It'll be good. It'll be interesting. Let me see where that was. Oops, not that one. Not that one. All right, and then that, yeah, that. Hola, how's it going? How's it going? Did I start my track IR? I did start my track IR. It better work. There it is. Yes. Oh, I didn't, well, why are you deciding not to come in? Okay, hang on. Thank you for bringing that up. I just want to make sure that it's actually working properly. Now that you say that. Why isn't it attaching? It is. I know I did. I know I did. Maybe I need to... Ah! That was unnecessary noises right close to the mic, and I should probably just not be speaking this close to the mic. Ah! I think I have it set where it's not gonna... Where it's like, I don't know, equalize is fine, but... Okay, maybe this will work. It's like weirdly angled than usual. Don't take that out of context. There. So we'll go like that, we'll go like that. Well, la la. Yeah, that seems to work. But boom. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Sorry. I've gotten, well, and that's the thing is, I've gotten better about, well, I'm excited for clouds now. But again, I don't want to get too, like, I still want to worry about icing, just to make sure that I don't make bad decisions. But it is fun. So, yeah. It looks to be working, yes, for now. Knock on wood, knock on all of the wood. Just so long as I don't accidentally exit out of it again. Ugh. All right, we will get to the pre-flight, and then we'll, yeah, get back to all of the, oh yeah, because I think that's when that story comes in. Yes, it is. Yep. So yeah, pre-flight. All right, so I'm gonna take this off so that I can see things. Battery, so electronics, liquids, flow. Again, it still works for me. I have yet to have it like properly work for any of my students or anyone else that I tell it to. But it works for me. Electronics, liquids. So electronics includes the, that's the wrong button. Electronics, liquids. Electronics first. Sorry. Oh my god, it does appear to be kind of rainy. Okay, that'll be interesting. Electronics. Pitot heat off. Oh, grasp the pitot tube. Feel that heat and turn it off. Strobe. Nav. Taxi. Landing. Beacon stays on. All right, liquids. So we check our fuel in each wing, quantity and quality. Speaking of quantity, we'll oh shoot, you know what else? Well, okay, I'll tell that story. We'll go over that in a bit. And then our oil quantity, oh shoot, and quality. I have messed it up there. That's fine now, maybe. Liquids and our flow. So, static port, vents, pitot tube, drain hole, fuel vent, stall horn, leading edge of the wing, wiggle that wing, aileron, 4 bolts, wiggle the rod, 4 bolts, connection, wiggle the rod, connection, give it a little wiggle, make sure there's slight movement, tire and brakes, make sure it's not leaking fluid. Oh, it is like raining. Baggage door, make sure that is nice and shut and locked. Antennas, fuel caps, elevator, make sure that's working and correct. Connections, rudder, just give it a little wiggle, just a teeny little wiggle. And then up and down, make sure it is attached to that vertical stabilizer. Other side of the elevator, most excellent, looks good. Trim tab is good as well. And chicken can finish it off on this side. Now we're to the front. Excellent job, chicken. We double check our oil area in the little door. Make sure that's all tight and locked and all that jazz. Leading and trailing edge of the propeller. Make sure it is free of any significant nicks or cracks. Alternator belt if we have one, nice and tight. And exhaust port. Exhaust port, make sure that has little to no movement. Air intake is clear. Shimmy damper, little to no wiggle. 4 fingers or a fist, and no pooling of oil. And the tire looks good there. Step back, look good. Didn't leave anything anywhere. Looks like a plane, looks like a plane. For some reason, like the wings look slightly longer than usual. And it just kind of like reminded me of Freddy Krueger for some reason. I don't know. Okay. So cute. All right. Electronics, liquids, flow, and then we would verify our checklist. I should probably put where we're going into ye handy dandy Preflight. KDDH to where are we going? Hobbit references. Oops. Golf Foxtrot Lima. Kilo Golf Foxtrot Lima. Excellent. Soaked wet by now. You're the chick. I feel like that was in response to something that I said, and I don't want to make further comments without being fully sure of where that did come from. Yes. Or no. All right, now I'm weird. Okay. It's raining. Oh, yes, the rain. Absolutely. Yes, the rain. Chicken is soaked. Yes, but we still do our pre-flight. We do our pre-flight carefully and thoroughly, regardless of conditions. Yes, that. Whew. Most definitely. Verify the checklist, and then we double check. Did we use the plane as a table? Fuel caps, chocks, tow bar, ties, chocks, tow bars. Final walk around, controls, baggage door, oil door. Looks like a plane. Woo! See? It sounds bad. It shouldn't, but it does. Soggy chicken. He is. Never mind. He's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Yes, we shall see. This is potentially a little bit more weathery than yeah, it's definitely more weathery than what friendstructor and I had. But we'll deal with it anyway. So, we're in the plane. Fuel is on. Trim for takeoff, circuit breakers, ba-da-la-da-la-da-la. Stereo cockpit, no talking during takeoff and landing. Seatbelts on at all times. Exit out the doors to the left and right. For now, make sure they're shut and locked. If we were to lose power on the rollout, we'll stop on the runway. If it's after takeoff below 1,000 feet, we'll land straight ahead. If it's above 1,000 feet, we'll consider making a turn back to the runway. We'll check the weather, see what the wind is doing. Well, I'll just quick look. It's calm, so we definitely could just turn back around. Okay. Yep. All those things. See, track back and lock, chicken. Feet on the pedals. Brakes are set. Mixture full rich. Throttle is slight. Clear left, clear right, clear ahead, clear back. The jokes write themselves, absolutely. But I can't say them because I'm a lady. Track IR. Carb heat's irrelevant. Beacon is on. Don't have to prime it. Did I clear the prop? Clear prop! And ba-doop, boop, ba-doop. I do a much better clear prop in oops, not that one. Stop it. In a real plane. I have taught my students and made my students, you must do a hearty clear prop. Avionics. Taxi light, nav light for now, strobe light, don't need that, blah, 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 blah. And by blah, 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 I mean it's not necessary for right now. We will get back to it. Okay, so there's that. Looking good there. Green, green. Good for now. We'll get our flight plan in there. Oh, yeah, that's right. I have to... awkwardly. There. Okay. Flight plan. We're going from DDH. Oh, I was hoping that my keyboard worked with it. I think we've tried that before. It does not work. Oops. 2. Whoopsie. G something. FL. Foxtrot. Lima. Okay. Cool. Sorry. ILS 01. We wanted from Cam, correct? You always feel self-conscious yelling clear prop, but you still do it. Oh yes, honestly, just do it the wildest way that you can, and you'll get so used to feeling weird, it won't feel weird anymore. And then it's normal. It's a safety thing. The way that I look at it. Hi duty, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're well. Where I started, we had airport dogs. So I do not want a dog being in the way of the propeller. So for the dogs, do it for the dogs. Yell that clear prop. Make sure people know and dogs know, and yeah, so everyone is aware. Ooh. Approach, ILS, our minimums, 524. Ah, sorry. I'm gonna load it, and then it's gonna activate it. I'm gonna hold it. I'm just gonna leave it right there. We're gonna leave it right there. We're not gonna do anything else. Weather. METAR. It's about being heard, simple, and scare off the dogs. Yes, I mean, honestly, they'd probably be like, oh, wait, what's happening? And come closer. But at least the owners would know, and they'd be like, no, stop, there's a dog. But yeah, I don't know. Clear. I was trying to say it as you wrote it, and I apologize. Kilo, Delta Delta Hotel, the 9th at 0354 Zulu, automated. 0 degrees at 0 knots, wind is calm, 9 statute miles, visibility, light rain, overcast at 1400, 8 degrees Celsius, 6 degrees for our dew point, altimeter 3010. Remarks CO2 differentiates precipitation, rain began at 50 past the hour, sea level pressure is 1019.5 millibars. Precipitation in the past hour, I believe is what this one is 0.00 inches. Temperature is 8.3 degrees Celsius. Dew point is 6.1 degrees Celsius. 3010, winds calm. Okay, barometric pressure is over here. What am I doing? 3010. It's down there. I'm glad it was amusing and not frightening. 3010, 820, does that drive? 820 does drive. Nav, so we're gonna set our flight director. We want it to be on heading mode. Let's look what their procedure, approach, departure, takeoff minimums. So we're gonna take off 3 or 1, I assume, unless I decide we don't want to, but I think we should if we can. What? What are you doing? DDH. Takeoff minimums. There you are. Okay. All right. Well, but so again, well, see, this just throws me off a little bit. We are departing VFR. So, we shall just go straight toward our airport for now. Even though our obstacle departure procedures tell us to do a climbing left turn direct to the VUR, which is technically, see again, the easier way to do this would be to do exactly what it says. But I'm trying to prove a point, not prove a point, recreate a flight. So, just gonna see if there are any actual obstacles that we should probably be looking out for. Does not appear so. Cool. All right. So yeah, we're just gonna take off runway heading. 313, I think ish. So I do have a question, I guess. Is the heading bug supposed to be flipped around? Or is the doghouse supposed to be like that? Oh, that makes sense. Never mind. Yes. Friendstructor and I went over like more detailed stuff on here, and I've done that stuff before, but never like practically and consistently to really get full feel for it. So it was good, and it is good to keep on working at it. What am I doing? Altitude. We're going up to. We filed for 4,000, is what we're telling ourselves. 4,000. Actually, we're just gonna file 3,000. And then, yeah, recreating. Bum, 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 bum. I think we like 85 knots. Actually, well, shoot, and I probably, you know what? We might actually turn the autopilot off for this first leg and make me do it on my own. Because I'm probably going to have to level off before we actually get into the clouds. Until we contact ATC. Nav, heading. We set all of this stuff. Course. Okay, so that's fine for now. I didn't set the course during my in real life flight, so I'm gonna leave it there. Parametric, range, direct menu, all that stuff. Okay, so we're set there. Feel like I'm missing something, which I probably friggin' am, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll see. Got that. We're gonna leave that. We're not gonna load it yet. That's the wrong button. Nope, not doing that. Resume. Okay. Sorry. Wrong button again. God, I'm so good at this. Such a professional. F9. There we go. Okay, let's do the thing. Oh, and I guess we'll go. All right. Yeah. So we're departing VFR. We're gonna pick up our clearance in the air. We're gonna go. Oh, I should turn on this thing too. Plane time! Yes! It is the plane time. Oh. Our flaps can come up too. That would be a good idea. I have to put on the thingy. Where is it? This thing. Start flight tracking. There I am. There I am. Oh, there's a back taxi with a run-up area. So we might do that. Let's. There's supposed to be a slight taxiway here before the runway, like there. Is it? But okay. Well, whatever. Where are we? Bennington traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 back taxi 3-1 Bennington. Oops, sorry. Clear left, clear right, and clear ahead. Ugh.
Approaching runway 13.
Oh God, wrong button, wrong lever. I about cut my mixture.
Runway 1331.
Promise, I haven't done that in the plane. I don't know if I told this story. One of my students, actually a pre-checkride private student, we were doing pattern work, and he does, like, when we start configuring at the threshold, he does like the full check, and part of it is like mixture full rich and like putting the flaps in and stuff. And he said at one point, like, he literally had a moment where he almost pulled the mixture instead of like doing flaps or something. Like, he caught himself, and then, like, he did. He told me, there's supposed to be a run-up area here. Gosh darn it all. Gosh darn it all and a half. And that's one of the things, because, like, he's a really good pilot so far, and, like, I feel good about letting him do the things, and I often forget that he has solo time scheduled because I don't worry about it. And, like, I've definitely heard the whole where the ones that you trust the most are going to be the ones that scare you the most. So I'm trying to make sure that I don't, like, let myself get too comfortable. But yeah, that was one of those moments where it was like, oh, what I mean, I would have put it back in the mixture. I would have put the mixture back in, I assume, I hope. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, we were in the pattern, so power off 180, I guess. So you have only almost cut the mixture in real life. Story time. Yeah. I mean, it is. It's just, and then there is another thing. I'll get to that one during another story time. But I don't know. It's just one of those things, like, where you think, like, how would that ever happen? But yeah, that makes sense. Never thought about that. Yeah. Yep. It is. You think, like, oh, would never happen. It will eventually. We'll see. If that's as close as I can get, or if that's as close as I do get, I'm okay with it. All right, run up. So, fuel is on, trim for takeoff. Our flight controls are free and correct. Free and correct. Free and correct. Wiggle, wiggle. All of our instruments look normal. Airspeed indicator is 0. Altimeter is correct. Vertical speed indicator is 0. Heading is correct. Attitude indicator is plus minus 5 degrees in any direction. Why is that going down? Flight director is freaking me out. All right, run up. Oop, that's probably a bit much. 1700. Green, 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 green. Mag check. All right, I'm gonna start doing 1, 2. Good drop. 2 back. And 1 forward. And back. No carb heat to check. We checked all of our instruments. Battery's good. Good. Idle check. You grabbed it doing stalls, you think, and you didn't look down, but luckily you felt the difference in the knob. Right, exactly. So can I ask, like, about where-ish you were in your training? Like, what, were you pretty brand new, or that kind of makes it... That seems to me like you're a bit further in where, like you said, you felt the difference in the knob, and it was, yeah, kind of tipped you off there. Your role is to avoid them trying to kill you and be as quick as possible. Right, exactly. But, like, it's so nice to be able to, like, yeah, have the students where it's just like, oh yeah, I know they know what they're doing. They're conscientious. I've taught them. They're my little chicklings. They do what I do now. But then, yeah, you never know. You never know. And yeah, like, because the ones that you think would scare you, you're already on edge about. So you're already ready to be as quick as possible. So that's where, yeah, the ones where you're not expecting, the ones that you're not expecting are going to be the ones that you're going to have a little bit more of that, little more reaction time needed. So, yeah. Must have been pretty new, like pre-solo probably. Okay, so that's good then. That's good that you already developed that sense. And, like, yeah, I would say that that's like that was a good indicator of, like, the progress you'd already made and, like, the instincts that you now have. So yeah, very nice. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. All right, we're gonna take off. I would say let me look at what the current weather is. It is apparently VFR. 0 degrees, 0 knots, 7 statute miles, scattered at 1400. Well, that's what it says. So yeah, we're gonna take off and we'll stay outside of the clouds. We'll contact, who are we contacting? We should probably figure that out. All I'm seeing is approach. But then guess what? We should probably check our AFD, shouldn't we? Okay. So I guess we'll contact Albany Approach. Doesn't give us a center at all. So, okay, Albany Approach is what we're going to contact when we get in the air. Until such time, we will clear left, clear right, and ahead. And we will say Bennington. Bennington traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, departing 3-1 to the northwest. Bennington. All right. Rudders. Press F to down. No. Trust me, I have these instincts now. Oh, wait, I mean, but I guess I can't use them in the sim. As a CFI. Because I am not a sim CFI. A simify? No. It does not exist. Meditation time, yes. Alright, come on. Alright. Throttle's full, hand on that throttle. Watching that airspeed. Airspeed's alive. Engine instruments are still green. All right, rotate. All right. So, we'd call them up. We would say Albany Approach, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, just off of Delta Delta Hotel through 1200. And then they would say Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, squawk something, and climb 4,000. Something, squawk, blah, 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 and climb, maintain 4,000. Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1. And then they might say, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, let us know when you have the weather. Oh, wait, you know what else that they said? Oopsie. They said, so for reasons that I'll go into story time later, I was in the 150 for my double I practice, because I would be instructing in the constant speed 172. I've been practicing in the 172, and so with my friendstructor, I was planning to be in the 172, but I was in the 150. We were in the 150 instead. We'll get back to that. So she doesn't like to climb, right? And so what happened was ATC said, what did they say? Oh, I have to remember it because it was funny because ATC said, advise when reaching 4,000. And I said, advise when reaching 4,000. And so for instructor goes, okay, so here's the thing. When you hear that, you can't do anything about it now in this plane, but that means that you're not climbing fast enough and you need to climb faster if you can. I was like, oh, oops, oh no. So yeah, that was something to keep in mind, I guess. All right, so we got our thing. Oh yeah, so advise when we have the weather and our approach request. So Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 has the weather, teehee. Requesting ILS 1 into Golf Foxtrot Lima via Cambridge VOR. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, cleared direct Cambridge, expect ILS 1. Direct Cambridge, expect ILS 1, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. All right, so now we are going to load and activate. So we can go, oh, frick. There, enter. Yes. Okay, so now that's that, and we're gonna be in, oops, shoot, nav mode. GPS, okay. And we're still trying to get to 4,000. So, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, cross Cambridge at or above 3,200. At or above 3,200. Cleared ILS 1 into Glens Falls. Cross Cambridge VOR at or above 3,200. Cleared ILS 1 into Glens Falls. And then Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. I have to practice this stuff. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. No traffic observed between you and Glens Falls Airport. Report cancellation of IFR with us in the air on the ground. With us in the air. Yeah, no. That's what they said. They said this frequency on the ground, in the air on the ground, and change to advisory frequency is approved. Change to advisory frequency is approved, and we will cancel on the ground. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Okay. Yeah, that was a little butchery, but it is difficult doing the flying and the speaking, but we're working on it. So our approach back into Bennington, we will do. Oh gosh, and hang on. Well, yeah, our approach back into Bennington will do. What am I doing? I'm gonna put it on the autopilot for a second because I didn't put the approach up. Yeah, and then I'll go hand flying again. I promise. Web. All right. Okay. Well, so we are actually like IFR, so I guess I don't really have, well, actually. Yay! We'll do our little yay. Oh, look at it. It's so pretty. This is why we get our IFR ticket. And practice it and stay current and all that jazz. Yes. Yay. It is. It's so pretty. Okay. All right. Autopilot off. Autopilot off. So.
Destination ASOS is 119.925.
Thank you, Preflight. So, weather. At what's it called? Oops. I almost should just put the autopilot on again. No, we're hand flying. What if I, here, you know what? I'll hand fly it once we're on the final approach course. How's that sound? There. Okay, so our weather, 10 at 7 knots, so 01 is perfect for coming straight in. 10 statute miles visibility, overcast 2,500. 3013. Okay. So then we're coming there. We'll have a lead bearing, and then we will make our, so we're at 3,200, or we're supposed to be at 3,200. I mean, at this point, should we? We should. We should. So I'm just gonna, want altitude. We're just gonna go slightly up. I know usually I do flight level change for a climb, but since we're only going up 200 feet, I didn't want to mess with like the speed things. So we're going up to our 3,200. And that'll be good there. It does not have our hold in there. We don't want the hold anyway. That's good. Oh, I guess we could have all this stuff on too. Whee! We're not too much in the soup. Our airspeed looks okay. We'll put our pitot heat on for a little bit, just in case. You never know. There, 3,200. That's better. Much better. GPS, autopilot, vertical navigation. So now we can put in our minimums, 524, which we're not gonna really use, but altitude. Oop, not that far. Coming up on that turn. So I guess I should click the autopilot off and actually like fly the thing. Okay. So we did all our stuff. We did our weather, built it, bugged it, briefed it. So we're gonna click our heading again actually. Built it, bugged it, briefed it. And then we're gonna turn on to our final approach course here in a second. I don't like what it's doing, so we're gonna, oh, now it's doing it. It's gonna be doing it right now. Oh, it's doing it right now. All right, sounds good. So we're on our final approach course. We're gonna set that heading. And then we're gonna make sure we're gonna get onto our green needles and set our course. Oh, it did it itself. Yeah, I forgot about that. So once we're on our final approach course, we'll just set our heading. But I don't think that it's gonna go down the way that, the altitude is gonna go down the way that I would like it to go down. So we are going to start working our way down to 2,000. I probably should do this still. Oh, you guys don't need to see that part, but I need to see that part. There, like that. There, okay. So, well, nah, it's okay. We'll go like that. Doesn't look like we have much stuff, that stuff there, so we're gonna turn our P2, well, no, we'll leave it on, Sorry. Decisions. All right, autopilot off, we're gonna get down to 2,000. I'm also gonna bring the flight director off because it's just gonna tick me off. Okay, so, on our final approach course, we're green needles. Following that course, 012. Minimums are 524, so we'll keep that in mind. $2,000. Oh, one of the things, I'm gonna zoom up just a smidgen here. Nope, never mind. It's not on here, I don't think. But yeah, I guess the little dog, I don't know. There's something to do with the little doghouse thing. Ah! Oh god, what did I do? What did I freaking do? I have... Stop it! Speaking of mixtures, so I have my, from multi, my second quadrant here, and I bumped the sucker. Sorry about that. Getting down to 2,000. Time, gear, tower, power, lights, lights, lights. Okay, so, stop it! What is it called? The, Glens Falls traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, 10 mile final, ILS 1. Glens Falls. Okay, so we're working it like a roller coaster track, so we do not want to go below. Glide slope is in view. 100 feet. So we're gonna start leveling off so we don't go past. Get back on our localizer. So freaking annoying. We should be at about 100 miles per hour. Definitely get ourselves a little bit more over. Gentle corrections, however. Gentle corrections. This stuff is so much easier with autopilot. I've already gotten too used to it. It actually wasn't that bad doing it in real life with a plane that I can actually control properly. All right, our glide slope is active, but I'm also higher than I should be, for the love of God. So once we get to that final approach fix, we'll be able to configure to follow that glide slope. Yeah. 524 is our minimums. Sorry, I'll get back to chat. I'm trying to be a proper pilot. All right, glide slope and what's it called and everything. Starting our timer. 1900. Below 100. We're gonna follow the glide slope down. Glide slope captured. Minimums are 524. That first notch flap's going good. So we are, says 4 miles out. So, well, about 5. Glens Falls traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. 5 mile final. ILS 01. Glens Falls. Oh, and yeah, and that was one of the things too, like for, usually I would just cancel in the air, as well as like on the ground it says cancel with like us or with flight service station or something like that. But yeah, this one was like, yeah, cancel this frequency. And yeah, even my friendstructor, he actually just makes sure to check. So we'll get you on the ground on this frequency, and they're like, yeah. So that was interesting. So all you gotta do is ask. Again, we got our timer, gear, tower, power. We did our call. Working on our power. Lights. Lights and click. Lights. So,
2-mile final runway 01.
thank you for flight. Bring that power back a little bit. Get us coming down a little bit more. Gentle corrections, gentle corrections. On that glide slope. 500 to minimums. Promise I flew this better. Oh, waking up my feet.
500.
200 to minimums. Alright, almost there. Now we're gonna be, we would have clicked the lights on and then we would be looking for the lights. 5:24. Breaking out. Woo! And we're minimums and landing. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna try. Yeah, we're gonna go like this. Ugh. Sorry, that was unnecessary. There's a tree in front of my runway. But we're gonna stay on that glide slope. Probably a little high, a little fast. Story time. About that. So. Well, okay. I'll wait. I will clear the runway like a normal person. Tell me where I'm supposed to go, something. One of my devices. Oh, okay. Here we go. How's this? There. That was unnecessary. And I think winds are fairly calm, so we may just take off the opposite direction. All right, Albany approach. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 is on the ground at Glens Falls. Cancel IFR. And they said cancellation received. Squawk VFR. Have a good day. Squawk VFR and you as well. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Then we bring our mixture back. We bring our throttle back up. We turn our pitot heat off and our landing light and our strobes. We trim for takeoff. And we check chat. Sorry. All right, here we go. Coming back up. You had an experience with a 150 where it wouldn't climb up and ATC was a bit testy about it. Story? I haven't had anybody like actual like testy, but it was just kind of like a, you could tell that they were like, all right, okay, but like, okay, so when I did my first towered lesson with a student at a towered airport, and so it was a little it was a day that it was not climbing very well. And so on one of our climbs, at the time, I had been teaching, which you do, 300 feet below pattern. That's when you start your crosswind turn. So there was other traffic, and ATC was trying to like arrange them, and all of a sudden they call us up. They're like, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Pauses. Are you still here? I was like, yep, we don't climb very well, or we don't have a great climb rate. I can't remember what I said. And they're like, so they were, I communicated that, and so they arranged things so that it worked out for everyone. But that was one of my funny stories about it. And then, yeah, that was my other one where it's like, I didn't know that it was maybe a little bit, not testy, but it was just like exasperation, you know? So, yeah. Streaming, tweaking the tablet, not sitting on the plane itself is harder than in the actual aircraft. Yes, exactly, it is. There is a lot more involved. So, yes, autopilot it is. You forgot to mention you posted the photos from Alaska in the Discord. I was able to look at some of them, and that's so cool. And was it good? Pito! Yes. I definitely used to call it P-tot. I inspire you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Hello. Hope you're well. Oh, I do. Thank you. That makes me happy. Because, like, it is. This is something that, and I didn't put my flaps up, did I? Oh, I did. Dang it. No, I didn't. Dang it. Right after that, I didn't put my dang flaps up. Sorry. But yes, I do. I love this. I'm so grateful for aviation and all this stuff. So, yeah, I do. I like sharing it with other people and spreading that joy as well. Perfect. Oh gosh, perfect time for what? For that part where was I being silly? Sims are always more sensitive. Yes. And you know what? Like, I do. I want to say it is better. I did have help tweaking it from Icebird. But yes, it's definitely better than it used to be. And I do feel like there's probably still some operator error there. However, yeah, it's better, but we work with what we can. Feels weird. And trimming, yes. And I haven't complained about the trim button recently, probably because we've been flying with autopilot. But I hate the trim button. Glide slope, yes. About 4 to 5 above. I don't remember what that was for. Chop and drop, yes. You like that about the sim? Keep looking down. Right, exactly. I know, I'm sorry. Yeah, like typically I would have it like frozen on like that part of it, but just because it was so, I don't know, it was such sort of a quick approach. I didn't want to have to like futz with that, but we did for a little bit anyway. So yeah, I guess I should probably taxi for a second. We're just gonna take off 19. That sounds good, right? Because then we can go directly into our, what's it? Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, oops. And that's perfect. Was I doing it again? I know. Well, okay, this is maybe gonna be weird. Oh, I don't like it, but okay. Oh, I guess I don't have to. Okay. Ah, sorry. I'm not used to it not. We could get used to this, maybe. Is this better? You know what I should do? I should bind a key on something for that, so that I'm not like, oh, F9 sort of a thing. Make it easier. Be able to switch between it easier. Oi, oi, oi. So yes, so we landed, and as we're taxiing, friendstructor's like, yeah, it was pretty good and everything, and it was, yeah, it seemed fine and all that, did the things, and I mean, you were coming at screaming in at 100 over the threshold. I was like, no, I was not, and I assume that he was telling the truth. But yeah, that was like, gosh darn it, I was trying so hard, and there I was. Silly.
Approaching runway 19.
Thank you, Preflight. Yeah, so then it was like, he asked me, he was like, okay, what do you think that you need more? Do you want like the double eye practice, or do you want more of like the in the clouds practice sort of thing? And my whole thing was like, on one hand, it was a really good day for being in the clouds, But on the other hand, it's like, I don't necessarily have a problem with being in the clouds. It's more of the, again, understanding when and where the icing occurs and being more comfortable with that, or just being more comfortable knowing when it is okay to go in them rather than just being like, no clouds ever, sort of a thing. And or just the whole making sure I have an out, or like being okay with using the outs that I have, sort of a thing. So it was like, on one hand, yeah, I would like the IMC, the simulated, or not, yeah, the actual. But on the other hand, I should also get the double eye practice. So he was like, okay, so he's gonna fly now, and he wanted me to do, we were gonna quick get to a fix, get the ATP cross country, and then I was going to teach the unusual attitudes, as well as, approach, circling to land, as well as doing the ATC stuff. Hello, Goober Pilot! How's it going? Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you, and good to see you. Hope you're well. We're just about to take off again. And I was just, going over what we're gonna kind of go over for that. So it's gonna be a little, we were able to stay below the clouds at that point, so we weren't talking to ATC then. It looked like it was a bit clearer over here, so we might be just fine doing that as well. So yeah, well, it'll be a little bit more meandery, and then we'll wander in for the approach. Well, actually, hang on, let me see where the approach actually is. Oh yeah, we got, we almost should have taken off the opposite direction and meandered a little bit more, but no, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good. We won't be doing. You know, they say God gives his silliest battles to his funniest clowns. I like that. Yes. You've actually never been in actual? It's so cool. I have. I've gotten a lot better at it, and you definitely should during. Okay. This is what I love. This sort of, I keep wanting to say cheat and hack at the same time, and it's going to come out as check. So you file, right? And if you have clouds, if you have like a layer of clouds, ask for a block altitude that includes the clouds, and then just boop, 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 boop. You can either just go straight through, or you can be up, or you could be down, or you could be up. And it is like, I get just this like giddy joy out of like popping in and out of the clouds. And there I was being such a baby about it all this time, and now I'm like, yeah, chasing the things. I would, like, again, block altitude. Do it with your instructor. Because it's a lot different than the simulated stuff. The first time I ever did, the first time I was ever in actual plus doing an approach was I working on commercial? No, I was done with commercial. Was gonna start CFI, and I had to go went with friendstructor, and we were gonna do a instrument approach, and we sink down into it, and I'm on the controls. As soon as we sink down into it, I can feel my eyes, I'm on the instruments, I can feel myself wanting to look outside. So I decided it wouldn't be too bad. So I kind of glance up, and I immediately start feeling my body wanting to, like, getting all confused. And so I was like, oh God, got right back on the instruments. So it happens really fast, and it is good to get that experience. So yes. It's always either completely clear, or T storms out. Well, okay, never mind then. Forget everything that I said. Dang it! Well, again, if you get a chance, definitely take it, because I didn't do a whole lot of actual up until like recently, and it is. It's a lot better. I feel a lot more comfortable doing it, and just it's more comfortable all around. So yeah, this isn't a 152. It is not. Well, we still have the same livery though. Whoa, I don't know, something just sounded different. It was probably because we went outside. Anyway, yes, when does your altitude control get better? You're still plus minus 200 feet all the time in cruise. It just takes practice. Be really deliberate about it. Be really deliberate about it. Always, like, be constantly checking your instruments. Like, be outside, of course, but always be glancing inside just to double check. And I don't know. It is. It's just being. And don't. And the other thing I could say too is, like, don't be like, what's the word? Don't be content with like even the smallest deviations. Correct your deviations right away before they get to that point. Just tiny, gentle corrections, just light pressures on the yoke, just to counteract whatever is. And I don't know, like, yes, trimming is helpful. But if it's if you're getting kind of tossed around a little bit, just like really gentle counter corrections for that. I don't know, that's what I say. And like, and that's what I'll say too. It takes a lot of experience and time and like subconscious awareness to not be. How do I put this without it coming out bad? To not seem like you're fully consciously flying the plane. Like, you can be doing other stuff. You're not like fully paying attention to like your instruments, like what your altitude and stuff are, because you are constantly aware of like the noise of the aircraft, like what the nose is doing, getting all of that stuff down, the feeling of the aircraft, the sound of the aircraft, and then using those instruments to verify what knowledge you're getting from that. Does that make sense? Does that help? Does that somewhat potentially give you things to check on? There will come a time, just have to find the right day. Sounds good. Yes, definitely do it. It will be a good experience. Practice and trim. Yes, emphasis on the trim. Absolutely. Also, when do your circuit patterns become square? Your corners always look like they're prego. So like, okay, when you say that, do you mean, hang on, do they look like bean shaped, or like the corners themselves are fat? Like, is it the crosswind and the base that are like kind of whoop? Because mine definitely did used to be very, very bean shaped, but I did eventually, I was just a lot more aware in the crosswind. I'm trying to get to the web. It was a conscious awareness, a conscious awareness to become a subconscious awareness. But yeah, so like my patterns or circuits would look like this, because I would like turn and then not crosswind correct, and then I would come back in here, and then I have the runway to be very like parallel with, but I wasn't paying attention to my crosswind and my base. So they ended up looking like this. And then again, I started being very conscious about making sure that my nose was crabbing into the wind. So then I got much straighter, those legs, if that makes sense. You want the airplane set up so that it wants to naturally maintain that altitude on its own without your input. Yes, exactly. I will say though, like the 150, the 172s, nice, stable, awesome. You set them somewhere and they're just gonna do that. The 150, for the love, it requires a bit more monitoring. It's like I don't know. Can you say it's like a little chihuahua, and it's like you need to be guiding it, otherwise it's gonna be off doing things. And then you're chasing trim. Okay, so for chasing trim, set your yoke first. Set your yoke, set your speed, and then trim that. And then it's just tiny, gentle corrections with the trim. If you need to correct the trim. Just tiny. Yeah. It does. It eventually ends up just being just very gentle corrections in anything that you do. The tiniest bit. Yes, instead of aiming for the plus minus 100 like the ACS wants, hold yourself to the standard of like plus minus 20 feet. Yes, exactly. And don't chase, make the deliberate change and see the reaction, then tiny corrections. Exactly. They become square when you make all of your traffic pattern legs correct for wind drift. Yes. Downwind to base, and base to final. So like you're overshooting? Is that what you're saying? You always end up having to turn back. Okay, so for that, you really have to anticipate that turn. And especially for that, and this is what I tell my students, I would rather you undershoot base to final than overshoot base to final. So if you turn early, you can always squidge yourself over as you're in final. Again, you don't want to leave it at that. You want to get yourself where you're turning directly onto base or directly onto that final. But it's anticipating that turn. Because when you, okay. So, can you, hang on. No, you can't. Hang on. So, look at this box. You see this box here? Can you see my cursor over here? So this box, you want your turns to look like this, right? You want your pattern to look like this box. So you don't want to let the plane get all the way to here, to the corner, and then turn, because you're not going to make it onto this line. You need to cut off that corner. So you need to turn a little bit early, depending on what the wind is doing. If you have a really strong wind this way, then you might even have to turn a little bit late so that you end up coming onto this line. Does that make sense? Right now, hello! Right now you try to imagine how my nose is crabbing into the wind. Yeah, well, is it? I'm sorry, I'm looking at the approach plate, so I don't know what I'm doing on the screen over there. On a positive note, crosswind landings don't bother you. You had to land in a 40-degree crosswind with up to a 17-knot gust the other day. My goodness. Well, that's good. Yes, definitely. Well, and so that's the thing is for your crosswind landings, are you crabbing on final and then crab and kicking it over for the crosswind correction, or are you crosswind correcting all the way? Could also show me this. I could. Well, you know what? We are gonna circle the land, so I could maybe try to do that. We'll see. Cause again, we're sides. Okay, so you side slip down final. Okay. Well, now I'm trying to figure out, cause so I was taught and I teach the crab and kick method where you crab all the way down final. I need to make sure that I need to go like this. Oh, and now this moved in. Gosh darn it. We'll see. So crabbing down final. So you're flying like this, right? And then you kick it over and then side slip it for that crosswind correction. Where the upwind wing is always lower. Okay, sounds good. That's a perfectly fine way of doing it. It is not the way that I teach. But I was gonna use that as an example. If you're crabbing down final, like you know that you can track forward while being like having your nose that way. And is it maybe a subconscious thing where you don't want your nose? Well, hang on. No, you said it was the turns themselves. That one is. That's what I think is going to help, is just anticipating those turns. Turn earlier than you think you should, and then if you end up undershooting it, then turn a little later the next time. and then just really work on finding where that spot is, that sweet spot is for that turn. Again, it will depend on the actual conditions, whatever time that you're doing the patterns. Do you know what I mean? So like if a crosswind is coming from the right wing is lowered. Yes, right. Yeah, there's the two methods. It's just doing the crosswind correction all the way down final so that you're always, the fuselage is always parallel with the track. You're heading towards the runway. Or you can just crab all the way down final and then somewhere near the runway, then you get into that side slip. So, good tip. Turn earlier than you think you need. Yes, absolutely. And then it will take some time to like kind of figure out that wind and like different conditions. But again, with like you're cutting off the corner of the box, if that makes sense. You're always going to have a round turn, so you just need to make sure you're not going all the way to where you're supposed to turn. Does that make sense? How do you help a student that just doesn't round out? There's different techniques, but I feel like this is getting into places that I shouldn't be getting into. Up to 200 feet AGL. Hang on. Okay, well, so there's a good video that I like. Well, okay, so what do you mean round out? So, okay, there's a good video where it's your aiming point, so say the numbers. As you're if you're on proper glide slope or on a proper slope, once you get to those numbers, the runway expansion effect happens, and that's when you lift the nose, you round out, you just level off. Eyes have to transition to the end of the runway. That's a big one. And then you just start flaring. There, that's what I'll say about that one. I'm not sure what you mean about the up to 200 feet AGL. That's what they expect on the flight test. Hello, how's it going? Yes, that's what they expect on the flight test. Right, but hold yourself to a higher standard, and then you'll stay within their standards. You always say circuits are like pancakes. The first one always comes out wonky. Yes, definitely. So like you can do all your crosswind corrections. Oh, okay. All your crosswind corrections until 200 AGL, then you need to be... Really? Oh, I never thought of that. My examiner specifically uses and demonstrated the crab and kick method, where it's basically like at the threshold. Like once you're about to land, crab and kick it over. Sorry, I keep saying crab and kick it over. You kick it over. So, Rob Machado, yes, is that what? I think that's the exact one that I'm talking about. Had a good one showing you how to use the peripheral vision to see that runway start to expand. Let me see. Yes, please do, because that one's excellent. The other thing is that I like about that video is it also mentions how long it takes to actually land. So once you round out, you're gonna be not floating, but like you're gonna be over the runway for like 7 or 8 seconds, I think it is. So that's something that can be like tricky in the mind of a student, is they think that you're just gonna kind of come in and boom, land that sucker. But no, it's like you're gonna be floating. It's fine. Just just fly right above that runway and just settle on it. Protect that nose wheel. As in they would otherwise lawn dart the airplane if you didn't interfere. Are you talking them through it and being like, okay, start rounding out, or just bring the nose up to the smidgen or something? And you already sent them the Rod Machado vid. It is. Thank you. Is that one it? Perfect. Yes. And I will say, I do. I have a student that he's a sport pilot, so I'm just like I've been just kind of helping him with like what's the word? Like theory stuff. Yes, I am pretty sure that is the one. Excellent. Thank you for that. I've been helping him with just kind of like the theory stuff and general stuff. He's gonna have to find a tailwheel aircraft and an instructor who can do that in order to actually do the sport pilot like thing. And it's been a little bit tricky, and I've tried different things, low approaches, tricking them into doing it where like I do their power and they just do the yoke. And that has it, like those things I've tried a variety of things, and it's just not getting to the consistency that I would like and that he would like. So it is. There's a lot of different tricks in the book, and it might depend on how the instructor instructs and how that communication works, and I don't know. In Canada, the examiners will dock you if you bust the 200 feet AGL minimum of being fully configured. Well, you are fully configured. All you gotta do is kick it over. But okay, yes, so different expectations for different countries. So that's interesting to hear. You don't think you've heard of an examiner caring about how you did the crosswind as long as you hold the center line? Right, yeah, and again, different for different places. You just think about not letting the airplane land in ground. Yes, that's another good one. Not letting the airplane land. Just don't let it land, don't let it land, don't let it land until it lands. Best exercise you have is getting them to practice flying a foot off the runway. Fly a stable approach as if you were gonna land, but the game is get as low as you can on center line, crosswind inputs, but fly the length of the runway without touching down. Add power as needed. Then when time to land, pull the power and let it settle. We've tried that stuff. For me, I think I didn't maybe do it right. So I think I need to practice I put it on myself as the instructor. Like, I have to find the way that works for this student. So that's something that I probably have to practice a bit more. And you're saying this as a CFI student, right? Exactly. But no, that's something that I should practice myself, and should have practiced myself as when I was working towards CFI, and not now when I am a CFI. But there's a bunch of different tools, and I don't know. I like to think that one of them at some point will work. You like that way to practice too? Nice. Yes. And sounds like something Jason Miller teaches. Nice. Now throw in a short field landing. That. But don't let it float. Yes, definitely. You did that today, flying tailwheel backseat. First landing was a quadruple bounce. Second landing, you did that trick. Third was a solid wheel touchdown with you as the student. Nice, excellent. Yay. Well, yeah, there you go. There you go. Ah. So that's the one that worked for you. Care about 4 things: stabilized approach, maintaining directional control, aka centerline, landing within a defined distance of the pre-selected touchdown point, and recognition of an unstable approach and being able to go around. And right, and that is the thing. Different for different countries, potentially different for different examiners. You never know. But other than that, yeah. And we have like the ACS, which is like blueprint. Why do I say blueprint? Blueprint for checkride. I don't know. I guess I don't know what you guys have. But yeah, I don't know. In front of chat, you're hereby invited to a flight IRL at your home airport of CYXX. Someday, it will be done. Probably not very soon. I'm sorry, I have to do stuff. But okay, now I have to look at it. I'm pretty sure we probably looked at it before. We've flown over there, haven't we? Yeah, I have track art over there. That was a fun one. As long as you're on speed and in ground effect, you shouldn't float. Right, on the short field. With strong emphasis on point 4, made the difference between you partial passing and full failure commercial flight test. Now I gotta look back at the 4. Yes, recognition of the unstable approach and being able to go around. Right, exactly. The dollar is 1.4 Canadian. We have, just not in real life. Yes, so we practice, and we shall at some point. Glad it worked, but are y'all not being taught one bounce? Right, one bounce go around in the tail wheels. Ooh, is that what it is in the tail wheels? I have to get there at some point. That was drilled into your head. Ooh, okay. Something to keep in mind for, yeah, some point tail wheel. Yeah. Story for another day. Okay, we're gonna get back in the air. Hang on. Gonna get in the air. And then we're gonna go over the stuff that we did on the thing. Myself and friendstructor. And I have to turn this back on. Make sure it's where it needs to be. What did I just do? Go away, thanks. I think I have to reset my track IR. It's just a little bit off. Oh, so I guess... Okay, hang on. Oops. Okay, so I was slightly offset that way. So if I go like that... Nope, that was way too far off. So I go like here, and then I go like that, and then I'm like that. Okay, there we go. Maybe, possibly. So, so again, so my sports student, he needs to get, yeah, have access to a tail wheel as well as an instructor who can do tail wheel stuff. So apparently the owner of the 172, well, yeah, he's tail wheel endorsed, as well as well, not we, but there is a tail wheel for rent at the airport. I didn't know about that. So he is potentially going to go fly with Constant Speed 172 owner to get that. As well as I was talking to him about it, the owner. And he said, why, are you looking to get your tail wheel? And I was like, at some point, let me get through double I first. And then, yes, I would like to do that. Just because, like, yeah, at some point I do want to go back to the aerobatic stuff, and I'd like to be better at it. Better at the tail wheel stuff than I was. Oh, shoot, we have to set our stuff. Hang on. Okay. So, oh, that's the other thing, too. So, hang on, where is this? On the ground... We were gonna put the I was gonna put the next whatever in, the next approach and the stuff. And I did my usual, this thing, clear the approach, and then invert. Oh, and then invert the flight plan. And friendstructor's like, oh, wow, that was easy. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he's like, oh, well, I usually just clear the whole thing and then put it back. And I was like, oh, well, look at that. I did something. So yeah, everybody can learn something all the time, every time. We are going back to magenta needles. Unsuspending. We're gonna do procedure, select approach. We're gonna go, yeah, RNAV 1-3, yes. Via Gadye, sounds familiar. I should probably look back at that. 2540, because we're circling. So. And I say 2540 because we're circling, and the LNAV is the exact same as the circling minimums. But we're just making ourselves understand that better. Oh gosh. It's getting to that point in the evening, I'm sorry. I wondered if I should have an energy drink, but no, especially at this time of the night. So we're gonna leave that there for a second. We're gonna climb up to as high as we can, I guess. Oi, 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 oi. Overcast at 2400. So 2,500 should be below that. Okay, and you know what? I am gonna pop the autopilot on for this one because that was one of the things. We popped onto the ramp, and then I was trying to like get all the stuff set, and I think he was like, okay, he needs to like be somewhere afterward, and still wanted to get enough like good, what's the word? Good practice stuff in. And so, going like that. No, runway heading is going to be 19 or 5. Should we just go with that? So he's like, oh, well, I'm acting as the student, so you got to give me all the ATC stuff, and I'll be the one taxiing and flying and all that. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. So, I mean, I guess I can't autopilot the taxi. But the point stands. 1.6. Should have gone the other direction. There. Okay. So we're gonna go runway heading right away. Our flight level change. Ah, don't do that. Gosh darn it. Whatever, it's the standby. We're fine. Flight level change is gonna be 85. So actually, we will probably just kind of meander just for a bit. I do have a bit of story times. Course is going to be what it is. And Barrow, we set it. I guess we could double check our weather just to see if it changed. Oh, scattered at 4,700. So we could potentially go a little bit higher. 3,008. This is not where we are. What are you doing? There it is. There it is, 2,400. 3,012. There. Itchy nose. Itchy nose. Sorry. Okay. So there's that. All right. Ah. Well, in oh, you know what? Oh, jeez. I was gonna say maybe we'll wander. Maybe we'll take off VFR from the other airport just for like a little quick meander, just because yeah, there's a little bit left when it comes to story time. So we're gonna hurry through this one. Hurry, but be thorough and all of that. Okay, I'm gonna quick do chat, and then we'll do the that way, and then we'll do the other thing. You're only just doing tailwheel now for your instructor rating. Everything before was in the 172, so training for your instructor is learning to teach and learning tailwheel at the same time. Why are you doing CFII the tailwheel? Why? But that's cool, and like being able to do that, those other aircraft is good too. It's a fun airplane learning curve. Doing it all from the backseat is fun too. I bet. Oh, that's excellent. You a baby at 110 hours. Yes, and I will say too, like, It is. It takes a lot of hours to actually really get that fully comfortable, and a lot of different experiences to get fully comfortable in a lot of different ways. So, yeah. You remember those days, just under 300 now. Hope to do your 300 nautical mile this summer. Nice. That'd be good. Love the Stabber, but man, I think it'd be frustrating to land sometimes. That's good to know. Loves to float. Also good to know. Summer is time. Find a friend and go somewhere fun is your advice. Yes. Well, hang on. Oh, yes. Not for the 300 nautical mile, unless you guys do it differently, if that has to be solo. I was gonna say something, but I probably shouldn't. I mean, as long as you don't put it in your logbook that you took somebody. No, shh. I didn't say that. You fly the 180 HP 7 GCAA. I don't know what that one is, but it sounds excellent. Only the interesting destinations are across the Rockies into Alberta. It's interesting if you make it interesting. Your class 1 is a competition. Oh, aerobatic sky 2. Yes, after you finish the instructor stuff on your duel today, you had some fun with the plane. Lost the aileron roll virginity. Yes, excellent. Definitely take that time to do that. It's also with the aerobatic stuff, it is. Aerobatics is fun, but also what I did like one lesson aerobatics because I wanted to, and I decided to give myself that gift. And what my instructor for that impressed was that it's not just, ooh, aerobatics for fun. It's also like upset roll and prevention recovery. So if you were to wake turbulence or some other reason get flipped upside down, are you going to be able to get right side up in before, hitting the ground? If you're low, particularly. So yes, being able to do that stuff is, again, not only fun and amazingly cool, it's also like very good for, just understanding aerodynamics and being more skilled. So yeah, snap rolls like a spin but horizontally. So freaking cool. I can't remember what we all did, but yes, at some point. I should ask about those ones next time, because I'm definitely going to do it again. You're going to work up to it. You've only done competition steep turns. Ooh, nice. And the aileron roll so far. Your first attempt at the roll was just a spiral dive. Oh no. It's that pitch and power. Pitch and power. You got to control it. You're not trying to go aerobatic just yet. There it is. Since he has the experience in the airplane for it, it's a nice way to have some fun in between the instructor stuff. Definitely. But again, it is. It's fun, but it's also good. It is. It's good for that precision and control and, like I said, pitch and power stuff as well. Also looks good on a resume. You're about to do a long IFR cross-country. Nice! 141 IFR doesn't have a cross-country requirement, but your syllabus calls for it, which is good. You don't want to just teach to the test, to the check ride. You have to do the stuff, and I think we've talked about this before in here, is like power off 180s, doing spins and stuff like that. I don't do spins for my students, but I will let them get a little bit incipient to kind of, get that little bit of experience. And I do teach the power off 180s, not to commercial standards, but just so that they have an awareness of how to do them. Because again, not on the check ride, not on the test, but it is something that could be a factor in actual flying. So having more stuff than just what's required for the test and doing more stuff than just what's required for the test is also good. Don't use the PFD to program everything in real life. You always use the MFD FVL page, flight plan page. Menus are way bigger and easier to work with. I don't use the G1000s in real life because I don't have access to such a plane. So I don't use these things the way that I probably should. I think I have tried doing the MFD one and it just kind of ticked me off for some reason. It was, again, probably operator error. So at some point I should probably work on that. One thing you're most proud of is the fact you didn't do any of the PPL test maneuvers since 2022 and somehow you were able to pull it off. You should always be practicing. But yes, that is, like, you are going to have some of that rust, but it is nice to know that, you can do it. Cause here's the other thing. You've still been flying, correct? All of those maneuvers, in some way, you are practicing at all times. Well, not at all times, but throughout your flying. because that's what we're practicing, is we're practicing normal flying, just in a condensed thing. So, I don't know, I'm just saying. In a currency check flight, right, yes. 'Tis like riding a bike, nicely done, yes. Precautionary forced approach, or I can't say that word, but oh no! But oh well, practice, practice, practice. Power 180s are still the bane of your existence, they get better, yes. Get good at slipping and be better at, like, be more concerned, well, not concerned, but try to be higher than lower, because you can always slip to the, well, not always slip to the landing, but it's a lot easier to slip to the landing than to try and give yourself extra altitude. Yeah, but you think at 110 hours you could do circuits that are short of a percent. I would have to look back if I could to see how bean-shaped mine were. So it's everybody's got their own journeys, and if that is something that you're really particular about and you take the time for, like, that is just really focus on that stuff, and that's all it's gonna take, is you just gotta practice and always be aware of it, and then yeah, it's just building that muscle. Eye-opening. Aerobatics really requires a deeper understanding of the fundamentals, aerodynamics, energy management, yes, etc. Learned a lot just by doing that so far. Yes, exactly. Good. Not planned so far, potentially the future. They don't test spins in PPL, but you spend a whole lesson on them. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, yeah, since we do, like, for ours specifically, we have to have spin awareness, so you need to, like, be able to explain, okay, if I were to get into a spin, how would I get out of it? And then since we are doing it in the 150 for my students, it kind of likes to break one way or the other, so they kind of just do need to be able to, like, recover from that incipient thing. So yeah, but no, again, definitely, like, the testing, it's one thing to do it for the test, but it's the other thing to, like, actually be able to fly safely. And one of my things is, like, okay, if they can fly safely, like, they should be able to pass the test, kind of. So, like, if they can, I don't know, like yeah, like steep turns or ground reference maneuvers or stalls or whatever. Yeah, knowing how to do it and then just being able to do it, and then, yeah, should just be demonstrating, right? And you guys do test spins in commercial. Okay. Yeah, we didn't have to do it until CFI. In Canada, spins are still done as part of dual instruction at the PPL and are a flight test item at the CPL. If the spin turns into a spiral dive, as long as you call it and do the recovery, it still satisfies the exercise. Oh, nice. Excellent. And FAA doesn't test something, yes, that you do. Yeah. Yeah, all sorts of different stuff. But that's good to be aware of. Okay, all right. So we're gonna take off. We might have to go clear skies in order to do the stuff that we're gonna have to do. So friendstructor, I'm supposed to be doing the ATC stuff. So he called up, and then I called back. He didn't say one of the things, so I needled him a little on that because I'm a jerk. But then, yeah, so it was, he called up, and then I said, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, stand by. I think maybe that's what I did, because that's what they always do to me. Yeah. And then Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, I have your clearance, advise ready to copy. And then he said, ready to copy, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. And then, where is, there, okay. So then I said, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 is cleared to, where are we going? Delta Hotel, is that the one that it was? Via, direct, climb, maintain 3000, departure frequency 122.9, or is that what it is here? Squawk 1200, Void if not off in 10 minutes. Advise with intentions no later than 15 minutes. If advise with intentions if you're not taken off before 15 minutes. Time now, and then I made something up for the Zulu time. And so he read it back, and then Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Readback is correct. Release for departure. Have a good flight. And then switch frequencies, and then he made the call and got to see whether or not he was actually able to fly a small plane after being in the jet. What am I doing? I put my parking brake on earlier, didn't I? Oops. Okay. Taking off.
Approaching runway 19. Entered runway 19. 4,800 feet remaining.
Oh, that's why it was all the way over that direction. Okay. So we might have to go clear skies for this. We shall see. Airspeed's alive. Engine instruments are green. Gentler, gentler, gentler. Looking for that rotate speed. Staying on that center line like a professional. Or I should say getting on that center line like a professional. Alright, so I'm gonna put the autopilot on. Because then he was flying. So then he called me up, and then I said, oh, I guess I am on heading, but that's okay. We will. Heading is okay. So I said, I'm gonna put the procedure there. Okay. So, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 radar contact. 1.5 miles south of Glens Falls Airport. And altimeter 3012. Then he says 3012, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. From that point, then we were gonna go and get to a, what's it called? A point for cross-country time. And then after that, I was supposed to demonstrate, or I was supposed to teach unusual attitudes. So basically it was just, all right, so for an unusual attitude, or unusual attitudes are things that we could get into. So in getting into IMC, there is, if you're not paying attention, if you're not on your instruments, there is the possibility, or a greater possibility, that you're going to get into an unusual attitude, which is an attitude in which we do not usually fly in normal flight. So unusual attitude, there's two basic types, or two primary types, is the climbing, the nose high climbing turn, and then there is the nose low descending turn. And there are different steps that you use to get out of those. So for the nose high climbing turn, the thing that we are concerned with is stalling the aircraft. So if we recognize that we're in a nose high climbing turn, things to keep in mind is if we have an attitude indicator that tumbles or can be unreliable at unusual attitudes, at higher pitch angles and things like that, higher or lower pitch angles, we need to be primarily on our airspeed and our altimeter. So for a nose high climbing turn, we may or may not, like, are heading into, oh, thank you, outer marker. Oh, so that's where it puts it. Very nice. Good to know. Okay, now we gotta look at how, oh, that's pretty. Oh, let's see if I can get all that in there. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now. Oh, I love it. Pretty. So yeah, oh, that's cool too. All right. Cool. Yes, so nose high climbing turn. You're gonna see your altimeter going up, heading indicator going one way or the other, turning. If your attitude indicator like ours, I don't believe that this one tumbles or does anything like that. So you will see it turning nose high, a lot more blue than green. And then our airspeed indicator is gonna be dropping. So in that instance, again, we're worrying about the stall. We don't want to get to our stall, so we want to nose to the horizon, or, well, if we can use our attitude indicator, nose to the horizon or nose down to begin with, and or stop, nose down to stop the needle movement. And then, yeah, as it starts kind of like reversing, we gradually, carefully get ourselves back into nice level flight. So yeah, so for that one, our steps are nose down, power in, and level the wings. For our nose low, descending turn, what we're worried about there, so that what we're gonna see is our altimeter is dropping, heading indicator is turning a lot more brown or green than blue, and then our airspeed indicator increasing. With our airspeed indicator increasing, we are worried about getting to our VNE, our never exceed speed, and damage being caused to the aircraft. So in that instance, we first want to level the wings, then bring that nose up and pull that power out. So the reason why, a couple of reasons why we level the wings first is to, again, for stressing the aircraft, we don't want to like pull up in that bank, as well as if you look at it, I was going to say this because he's told me this before, friendstructor has, but then I was like, I don't wanna, but then he told me it. If you look at it, there's a lot more. So if you're banked and then you try to raise the nose, there's a lot more angle that you have to go through in order to raise that nose. Whereas if you, boom, level that nose, less. So yeah, that's why we do that specific order. And again, I could be mixing words up right now. So again, this is not teaching, I'm practicing my flows and my speaking of the things. So I apologize if I did say anything wrong there, but yeah, that was basically that. So recognizing that, being on your instruments, making sure that you trust those instruments, airspeed and altimeter are gonna be our big ones for those unusual attitudes. So then after that, I guess we could probably go direct to Gadye now. It's gonna be like a slightly weird sort of a turn, but and now we're gonna nav mode. All right. All right, so then I had to act as ATC again. So we're gonna be coming up to our approach. So I'd call him up, say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, advise when you have the weather at Bennington and what approach you would like to request. And he goes, we have the weather at Bennington, requesting RNAV 13 via Gadye for a circling approach. And then Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, roger, you can expect RNAV 13 into Bennington, clear direct Gadye. And then he would say, Expect the RNAV 13. Oh, sorry. I guess I could go like this for now, so that you guys aren't looking there. Or there. How's that? That seems better. Oh, yeah, sure. How's that? So yeah. Then you'd say Cessna. Yeah, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 is expecting RNAV 13, clear direct Gagi. And technically we're supposed to be up higher, but we're ignoring that for now. So, and then Cessna Hotel, oh, and then what I did is I put this whole chunk into the first. So I said something like, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, cross Gagi at or above 4,100. Cleared RNAV 13, and then I went into the whole spiel of no traffic observed between you and Bennington Airport. Change to advisory frequency is approved, or contact us or flight service to cancel in the air or on the ground. Change to advisory frequency is approved. Like, I knew I wasn't supposed to do that, but I did it. And then he did. He like read the stuff back, and then he's like, so they're probably gonna put that into 2 separate ones. And I was like, okay, yeah, I kind of thought so, but so like what he said, sort of rule-ish of thumb, is like, I think he said like 3 or more pieces, they'll split it into 2. So it would be like, for now, cross Gagi at or above 4,100, cleared RNAV 13. Then, so he could read back, cross Gagi at or above 4,100, cleared RNAV 13. And then at some point, and then he mentioned that the flights that he's done, sometimes like he's not cleared for the approach itself, like until the final approach fix. Like it would be like follow the localizer in or something rather than cleared for the approach, sort of a thing. So yeah, so different things like that. So then, I should actually like, what is the, so 2,800. So we should at least probably get, well, I'm kind of curious what would happen if we're above or if we're below. Let's see. I'm curious. So yeah, so then it would be, so we said all that stuff, and then it's gonna be like 7 miles or whatever, and that's I feel like there was something where it was like once you're established on the final approach course, and then there's a question of like, okay, so depending on the approach, when are you actually established, sort of a thing. So yeah, and then you would give that whole call. So yeah, so then I was supposed to teach through the circling approach. So while we have time, we'll teach through the circling approach, or practice our teaching through the circling approach. So a circling approach, we want to make sure that we don't use that unless it's like the best option, sort of a thing. We're not going to use it to save time. That's one of the things that he stresses to me. So it's like, don't do, if you're coming from this direction and the wind's favoring the opposite runway, don't fly that approach and circle to that. Go fly the proper approach and come back in, sort of a thing. So we're looking at our circling minimums, making sure we're doing that. We took into account our notes that say circling not authorized southwest of runway 1331. So we are going to be doing a left circle to come into 31. And then we are a category A alpha aircraft, so we must remain within 1.3 nautical miles of the and this is where it caught me, and we ended up having a conversation about this. So the 1.3 nautical miles, where is that from? It is from any point on the runway, is what he said. And I'll have to like double check this because this kind of blew my mind. And he continued to say that like he'd be over in like, where is it? Over in Denver, I think is what he said. And then there's all of these like other runways nearby. So you could be way, way, way out and still 1.3 nautical miles from a runway. Sort of a thing. Is what it sounded like. So I am gonna have to double check on that. But that made me feel a little bit better, because like when you are looking at the GPS is from one specific spot, like in the middle of the runway, it always seems. So if you are circling over here, you're still within 1.3 nautical miles. Even if it says 1.3 nautical miles here, you have more room because it should be 1.3 nautical miles from the runway itself, like from the where you're actually going to touch down even. So yeah, again, I have to double check that myself, but that was something new for me. Not allowed. Oh, and okay, this is the other thing too. One of the first questions he asked was knowing, or like be very, or one of the suggestions he had, clearly, is to know what are the criteria for being able to descend below, like DA, MDA, things like that. And so I have my lesson plan on this, and I haven't looked at it in a little bit. I've been working on other ones. So number one, you have to be in a continuous position to land, stable approach sort of thing. And I thought that one was slightly two different ones, but I wasn't sure. But then I was like, I think that one's kind of the same. But then it was like, okay, then you also have to have the some sort of visual reference of the runway environment. That's our paint, our pavement, our lights. So I did. I thought that was 3, but I was also like, I don't think that's 3. Flight visibility. The flight visibility has to be at least that of the approach. So yeah, that is the third one, and that one I should frickin' remember from now on. So then, yeah. So the circling stuff, having a visual reference does not include, like, for normal banking, like normal banking in the pattern sort of thing, if you lose sight of your visual reference while you're in that normal bank, that's fine. But yeah, the rest of it stays. And then, so on a circling approach, it is again that not going below that MDA until you're in that position to land, which typically is going to be that base to final turn. Then you're, kind of have that landing made. And I do have to, make sure I'm saying all that stuff correctly still. So yeah, there's that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think that was primarily it, except after we got back in. So we've got a little bit of time. We're 10 miles out. So one of the final things that we talked about, and this was one of those things where you know the certain things, but, oh God, sorry, I'm playing with my frick. God dang it, hang on. Stop. I started playing with my controls. I apologize. Anyway. So, we did. When I first got there, and we went ahead and filed. So, did the things, filed, and then we started talking about, so he asked the question, when do you need to file an alternate? Or do you need to file an alternate? And I had to think about it, and I was like, okay. Stop it. And I was like, okay, hang on. There was something. Okay. So I was like, it's either the 1, 2, 3 rule, or it's like the 802 and the 602. So the 802 and 602 is if you do have to file an alternate, and then what approach that, like whatever approach you're doing, you have to have that much. So it's the 1, 2, 3 rule. If 1 hour before or after your estimated time of arrival, the weather has to be at least 2,000 foot ceiling and 3 statute miles of visibility, at least, for both of those. And that was the thing, is I was like, well, wait, words I can't say because I'm a lady. Because I was like, I didn't file an alternate. Was I supposed to file an alternate for this flight? Because it was like we were just hop, skipping, and jumping, and it was like it could be VFR if we wanted it to, but I didn't file an alternate for this marginal flight. And so he pointed to the TAF, and the TAF was above those when I had filed for the 1 hour and everything. So I was like, okay, so that's what we got to look at. And again, that was one of those things where it was like, again, I know these things, but when does it actually come into play, and how does it actually come into play? Getting that practical application experience down. So yeah, that freaked me out. I was just like, oh my god, I just filed an illegal flight plan. Oh my god. No, I didn't. And it was like, are they really? Oh, the other thing he said is like, you could go ahead and amend it, but like they're actually not even gonna see it because it's like on a separate thing. So I don't know. So yeah, god dang it. So yeah, I think that's about it. And then we talked about some other stuff, which I have to still get into. Frick. We do. We have some story times left, including some still on this day. So okay, I will come back to chat. I'm gonna try to properly fly this thing. What am I doing? So F9, can you stop it? Oh, we're actually in like IMC and stuff, so that's cool. Can you not? So coming up on our FAF, 2,500, our glide slope is in view and active. We checked our weather, did we? No, we didn't. Let's check. I mean, yes, we did. Overcast at 900, 3006. All right. Ooh, we're lower. There. All right, so coming up on our FAF. Don't have a timer to set. Time, gear, tower. We'd make our call. Power. Lights, lights, lights. We're gonna go like that. And first notch of flaps. Oh, I'm supposed to click the autopilot off. Okay, hang on. Oh, well, and I guess... Are we even going to be able to do this one? Our circling approach? Stop. Oh, and I want my flight director off because it annoys me. Minimums, 2540. Oh, these are our minimums. We'll do this. So we have to stay at 2540. I guess. Oops, gentle corrections. Stop it! Gentle corrections. Missed approach. Stop it! So 2540. So our missed approach point is the runway. We have 2.5 miles. Stay at 2540. Can be down a little bit more. All right. All right, we're kind of breaking out. Well, not breaking out, but like we can kind of see stuff. I see a light. Oh, I see approach lights. I see the runway lights and stuff. Okay, so still have to stay at 2540. Okay, this is different. Ah! Staying within 1.3 nautical miles of the runway itself. So this is interesting. We did our left turn for the circling approach. Stay up. This is good experience for like actually seeing how this stuff would work. It is not. Stop it. It is not fun. This is not fun. I would not want to be doing a circling approach in these conditions, and that is why you don't use the circling approach in these conditions. Stop it. I can get a little bit lower. I'm gonna throw in a second notch of flaps in, actually. All right. We're 200 feet high. I don't like that. Oopsie. Normal, regular, stabilized. Well, now at this point, we can just go VFR, right? Noom. All right. So we're gonna actually not do that yet. Hang on. Where'd my power go? Okay. I guess we're, there it went. Hang on. I feel like I might need a fuel pump on or something. There's the runway. Ooh, slipping it, slipping it, slipping it.
Sync rate, sync rate. 500.
Oh, thank you. We're gonna do a pattern.
500.
This is why, children. Wrong button! Urgh. This is why we don't do circling approaches in these conditions, children. Stop it! And yeah, this is definitely, like, this would be a total missed approach.
Short final runway, sync rate, sync rate.
I am at 80 miles per hour. My rudders are stuck on my table. There, we made. That is not what we do. I guess I should have like looked at that a little closer. That's like 2,000 friggin' feet high for the circling. Yuck. It was not like that. And yep. When I did it in real life, it was much easier than that. Well, actually, all right. So, hang on. Okay. So we're gonna throw on nice weather. There we go. We're just gonna put our flight director on. We're gonna go heading mode. Flight level change. We'll go to yeah, 2,500 is good. Okay. 2992. All right. I guess I'll back taxi just a smidgen. Or I could just do a short field so we can get up in the air. Yeah, we'll be good. My stuff's good. All right. I think we're good for now, I hope. We'll probably go a little bit higher. It would probably be a good idea. Just to be safe around here. Okay. Sorry. I'll take that approach off the screen there. Oh, I don't have to do that. I can just go like this. So yeah, yeah, that's also a good point to yeah, double check how high that circling altitude is. And whether it's actually gonna lead you to a, yeah. Are you gonna be able to do that stable? See, I don't know. I almost don't get that. Like, 2,000 feet up, stay within, yeah, stay within 1.3 nautical miles. Yeah, okay. $818. Okay, so it's, I guess it's not, okay, 1,700. Fine, whatever, but still. Anyway, sorry. Okay, coming back. Coming back, and then I'll blast through final story times. Ha! And then we'll be good. Okay, finding where we were. Sorry, my eyes are losing it. Your worst IFR radio work will always be the time you were flight simming in the 737 and hopped in the Baron for an IRL IFR across country. God, the embarrassment when you accidentally said WestJet as your call sign to Toronto Center twice. This pleases me greatly. Oh my goodness, I love it. And I do. I'm sure they're used to it at this point, but I'm sure it still gets a chuckle out of them. Or if you're in VFR and looking down at the chart, right? Just look at what the ASI is doing. Are you talking about the was that back when we were talking about unusual attitudes? I guess yes, we've gone through some stuff since. I'm sorry. Yes, basically. But it for the that's one of the things for doing the instructor stuff is it's kind of like writing, okay? I just came up with this analogy. So in writing, for writing a character, you have to know more about that character than the audience does. You don't have to like say everything about it just so that it characterizes them properly. So for instruction, you also have to know more than your students. You don't have to tell them everything, but it will still, knowing all that stuff will still affect how you instruct that certain topic. So yes, maybe I might like practicing that like you do. You put all those pieces. It's the altimeter and the airspeed indicator. Well, yeah, it's the altimeter and the airspeed indicator primarily. However, I'm also practicing like all the other stuff that is going on with that. So yes, sticking like for the first part of it, yeah, it would be like airspeed, altimeter, just keep with that. But yeah, also doing the other stuff. Yes, not instruction. Every time circling approaches are mentioned here, it always becomes a discussion that ends with, but circling is how you turn into a pretty speck in the mountain, so yeah, if you can avoid it, avoid it. Right, exactly. Like there's sometimes if it's like the only approach there, or like if there's only one approach and it's not favoring the weathered runway, then you kind of have to. Or if that particular runway is closed, you can still do the approach into it, but then you just have to circle to the, can you freaking not? You have to circle to the other, like to the non-closed runway. Oh, I'm supposed to like turn my heading and stuff every once in a while. Sorry. There. You've done circling approaches in the mountains in your schools. CRJ 200 sim, the whole thing just felt uncomfortable. Oh yeah, exactly. It's like, it is. It's a pattern, but it's so much tighter that, like, yeah, it's just, no. You dread studying for the INRAT. What is the INRAT? You actually like doing a circling approach IRL the couple of times you've done it. Like, and that's the thing is, like, some of them, like that one is excessive. Some of the circling approaches are actually, their altitudes are either lower or at least at pattern altitude, so it becomes a lot easier to do them because it's almost normal. But yeah, that one was yuck. That one was yuck. And you can also circle, like the one that we actually did for instructor and I. We actually circled to a crossing runway rather than the full opposite direction. So, other options. But you're definitely not in the mountains, right? Exactly. That's the other point. In a 172 is one thing. Mountains and in a jet sim is fun. Quick way to run into Cumulo granite, right? Loco Ocho. You can see that. You feel like after a while, though, it is fun to do something different. Oh, sure. It was a good adrenaline rush in the sim. Would not want to do it in real life. Right. Exactly. There's a reason why most airlines outright ban circling approaches in there. Oh, SOP. I bet. You don't think a slip is gonna work in this situation? It was a little. You know what? It was probably a little high for an IRL slip, but I am much better at slips in the sim. I am not that capable of doing slips in the sim, so like it does, it ticks me off every time, because I definitely can lose a lot more altitude than I do, and a lot more controlled like than I do in here, but kisses the ground right. Circling mins are just get you within sight of the airport environment without hitting something. Once you have positive visual contact, you can descend below the MDA maneuver visually as if you were VFR at your own discretion. For the circling approach you did in the CRJ 200, it was a circling online approach, and even though it would lead you in for a nice straight-in landing, the MDA wouldn't make it stable. Right, okay, sure. I feel like that does not sound correct, though. So the way we had to fly it was go down to the MDA, call the field environment in sight, then maneuver to join a circuit for that same runway, just to give yourself track miles to lose altitude. Again, in the mountains. Okay, gets your heart rate up. Okay, hang on, I have to look. I have the regulations, and again, I guess this is for America, so keep that in mind. Okay. Okay. No operating below MDA or continuing below DADH unless continuous position to land at normal descent rate using normal maneuvers, flight visibility at least meets approach requirements, and 1+ visual reference, for the love of God. I'm gonna have to look at that one again then, because I feel like the continuous position to land thing is the trick there, because like if you're, I feel like that's the part of it where like that base to final turn is that continuous position to land rather than being in sort of a pattern. But I don't know. Okay, Canadian IFR theory exam. Okay, cool, nice. It's a lot. Like, instrument flying in general is a lot, regardless of country, I assume. A lot of procedures, a lot of regulations, things like that. But it's safety stuff. If you think of it that way, it kind of becomes a little bit easier, I think. So like certain turns that you do, you're typically going to do at standard rate. And again, this is all from America perspective. Standard rate turns. So they're not going to put you into a position, or they're going to have attempted to not put you in a position where you're doing very sharp or need sharp turns, high angles of bank, things like that. Maintaining altitude above obstacles, things like that. That was another thing that friendstructor brought up, and I'm trying to remember what. So there was an obstacle that we had to get above, and that was potentially also why they wanted us a little bit higher. And so I hadn't thought about this. Again, one of those things that I know and I hadn't thought about practically is, he's like, so how much distance do you need between you and the obstacle? And I was like, well, 500. And he's like, in IFR. And I was like, oh. I was like, okay, is that the one where it's like 1,000 in non-mountainous areas and 2,000 in mountainous areas? So that one, yeah, 2,000 above the highest obstacle within 4 nautical miles of course, and 1,000 feet above the highest obstacle within 4 nautical miles of course. I completely forgot about that. Like, I know that I have it in my lesson plans and everything, but that was one of those things where it didn't like click that that's what it was for. So yeah. Circle lands are a lot of fun, yes. Standard operating procedure is a different story. Insurance and liability too. Right, exactly. You feel like the sim doesn't really do a good job at how fast you can drop in real life. Right, exactly, because you're literally just like making that, you're turning that plane into a sail and just whoosh, all that drag that you can put in there. Could be a Canada FAA difference. Okay, that sounds good. Sounds good. Don't think you could descend below the MDA in the US on a circling approach. That's what I was thinking too, but you could be... I do. I want to say that based on the wording, and again, from everything that I have heard, it's not until, or it's kind of accepted that the base to final turn is where you're like established in that continuous descent to the landing for a stable normal approach. So yeah, definitely think that that might be a difference there. Circle to land minimums, you meant right, and then on, yes, and then on places you're near terrain, there's often a do not circle, yes, direction from airport, which we had on that one. I think maybe it was for terrain or obstacles, but it was not, you can't go southwest of the airport, so that's why we went northeast. So left, rather, or we went left for right turns into the runway. There you leave the MDA once you have visual reference to commence a normal descent to land. Okay, so you maintain the MDA but don't have to fly it all the way until we're on a 1.3 nautical mile final or whatever the circling radii is. Okay, yeah, so that is slightly different but very important wording. And let me just read it one more time to make sure. Well, okay, so you leave the MDA once you have visual reference to commence a normal descent to land. And I guess that's the thing is, I think that you could argue or... So yeah, so ours is continuous position to land at normal descent rate using normal maneuvers. So again, that continuous versus commencing a normal descent to land. You know what I mean? Otherwise, every single approach from circling MDA would just be incredibly unstable. Well, right. No, yeah, it is. It's a weird one, and I will. That's one that I'm gonna have to look into again, just to like be sure that I'm understanding it correctly. I'm pretty sure.
Class Charlie below in 5.8 miles.
I guess we'll turn our heading once again. And some airports have the new expanded radius. That's right. Yeah. It's a whole nother deal. Excellent. Yay. Still can't believe that isn't standard in FAA. I mean, there was a reason for why they did things like then, and now, yeah, and now they've changed it, I guess. Get caught in the trap of trying to fly in that super tight circling radius, even though you are VFR. If you are VFR, use those good old eyeballs that work so well for you as a PPL and just fly the damn airplane. Right, but, and I mean, and that is like the whole question of like nobody's gonna know, they're gonna know, but. And like even like once you break out, and if you're, I don't know, there's different situations that you would not want to do that, is the thing. If you don't quite have the visibility, or not, I mean, if you have a lower visibility but still visibility for the approach, or if the ceilings are not like solid, you could go back into that sort of, into that soup. Why are you little? Into that soup, and then all of a sudden, if you're below that, then there's no guarantee for that clearance, right? So, like, it is. Again, getting below a nice high ceiling is one thing. Being, hello, Can you, gosh darn it. What up? I don't know if it is a friend or just somebody else in the area, but hello. But yeah, so different scenarios for like they are for the worst case scenario. You're hopefully not going to be doing the worst case scenario, but yeah, that sort of thing. 300-foot clearance from obstacles on the expanded. Okay, excellent. All right, your own bedtime sounds good. Yes, I know, I should be as well, but we have to finish story time. So, well, finish chat and then story time. So good night, good night, good night. Good to see you. Happy to have you. Hopefully next time as well. Sounds like something worth clarifying with the instructor. You're gonna do the same on your end in Mapleland after this convo. I do. The thing is like we had this absolutely specific conversation about this. So, and those were the exact words. And I do. I'm like fairly certain, even before, like that is the wording is that continuous, not allowed to go below MDA until the accepted point is base to final, because that's when you're actually like about to land, sort of a thing. So yeah, but I definitely will double check, and I'd be curious to hear from yours as well. The whole combo is the reason why if you have a straight in IFR approach to the desired runway, just do that approach. Oh, exactly. You said loco, when I mess with my mixture, it is what you call the crazy. Oh, okay, got you. Yes, got you. It is. I think I knocked the thing, and now it's just deciding when and where it wants to cut the mixture. So that's awesome. Okay, so, and right, one of the reasons you do it is if there are no instrument approaches on the favored runway, so you fly the instrument approach in circle. Exactly, there's like certain reasons why, and one of them is not to save time, or. Yeah, I said it. It says it expresses what I want, but it sounds like it doesn't. So, but I don't know. Anyway, okay. So, okay. So, story time before. So again, I was supposed to take the 172 because, yeah, that's what I'm going to be using for my double I stuff and instrument instruction. So why was I there? I was at the airport, yes, for my students, my new students' paperwork. And so I decided to just go take a look at the plane, just make sure it was all good. It was not all good. It was gonna need a little maintenance, so I was not gonna be able to take it. And so I was frustrated, and I had talked to hello. Oh no, are we in a TFR? We're getting intercepted. Oh no. So, yeah, so it did. It was just another one of those moments of like, okay, it kind of sucks that not having that control over like knowing when and where and what and having the stuff get done. And I had met on one of my recent IFR practice flights, I had gone somewhere and met a pilot there who had a 172 and a Bonanza, and he didn't necessarily want two airplanes, so he was going to be getting potentially selling his 172. And so at the time, I was like, potentially they might want another rental over at work airport, so maybe that could be an option. So I had that in the back of my mind. And then I started thinking, when this happened, and I was like, okay, so I'm gonna have to use the 150 to go do it, like, so it was like the one freaking day that I was finally gonna have a lesson with friendstructor, and I couldn't use the aircraft that I needed to. So it was just really frustrating. So I was like, okay, maybe I do need to consider purchasing that aircraft. Maybe. We'll see. So I was going to ask instructor about it as just an off question when I got there. So we were chatting, and then he was gonna have to pick up his kids at some point, so I was gonna have to try and come in a little bit earlier. So it was like trying to figure out timing and everything. And so the next day it was like, okay, so there was somebody before us, and then they, I guess, decided not to go because it was like the ceilings were a little lower and everything. So then I was able to potentially go a little bit even earlier. So it was like, get as much time with instructor as possible so that I can like get this thing done. So I was like hastening to that airport. And so I took off, and I was gonna do a practice RNAV approach into the airport so I wouldn't have to, do a pattern or anything. And so I had another thought. I was like, I should check the NOTAMs. You should just always check the NOTAMs right before going to an airport. And I checked the NOTAMs, and it said that there was like work being done on the airport. It did not say closed. It said that there was work being done. I was like, that sounds a little suspect. But like I said, it didn't say closed. So I was gonna get myself closer and see what's going on and still kind of plan for that. And I was getting closer, and I made a call, and all of a sudden I get a call back that says, hey, whatever it was like, we're doing work on the runway. You know the runway's closed. And I was like, the NOTAM did not say closed. However, I asked, is the grass runway open? Because it had a grass crossing runway. And so, and he's like, yeah, it is. And I was like, okay. So then I had the question too. The runway that's getting work done on it, crossing the grass runway, am I also supposed to avoid that when landing on the grass runway? You know what I mean? It's like, if there's people on the runway, obviously. So I did. I went over that runway and did a very short landing. So that was fun. So I had to like maneuver that. And after I landed, I looked at my phone, and I had a text from instructor. He's like, did you see the NOTAM? And I was like, yeah, I'm on the grass. Now how do I get out of here? So he's like, there's a grass taxiway. Because there wasn't like a taxiway for that airport. But apparently there's a grass taxiway. So I had to like back taxi on the grass runway and then find the grass taxiway beside the runway so that I wouldn't be interfering with their stuff. So that was fun. And then I get in there, and then we do all of that stuff. And then when we were gonna take off, we were planning to take off on the grass runway, and I think we did anyway. No, we didn't. They actually called us. They had the walkie-talkies or the comms, the radios. And they're like, hey, so you can actually go and take off on that runway because that's what the wind is favoring. So we did. We worked with the worker people, and I felt so bad because it was like they were doing good stuff on the runway, and it was like, we're just over here interfering. But they were super nice about it, and we did. We were able to take off, then go do our flight, come back in. And then we did. We came in on that runway, and then we circled to the grass. Did we do the grass runway? We planned to, at least. I don't remember which one we actually landed on. So, yeah. And then I was going to... He forgot his headset case in the plane. So I had to put that over at work airport for him, and he's on a trip right now, so he's had to use a spare one. So then I took off and went and just bobbled around places. And then it got me thinking. I was like, okay, so I fueled up beforehand. And then for fuel requirements, for a pop-up IFR, are those the same? I haven't actually asked that question or looked into that answer to that question. So, yeah, that was just one of my things that it came up. Like, if I wanted to get a pop-up IFR to go back into the clouds, I stayed below just to kind of like chill out a little bit. But if I had wanted to do a pop-up IFR, would I need like all that extra sort of a thing, or is that different? I don't know. I would feel like it'd be somewhat the same or similar. But yeah, I stayed right around like my work airport, so it was fine. And decided not to do the pop-up IFR anyway. Okay, so then after that, what was next? Then I had a lesson with pre-checkride private student. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, we did a mock check ride. That's what we did. It was our first. So basically, I tried to treat it like my private check ride went. So I had him take off and start heading in a direction. I tried to use our long cross country, so the one that he had made a navlog for, so that he could like look back on it. But it didn't work out quite the way that I wanted it to. And I had wanted to, because like that airport that I had just been to was in that way. So I had wanted to use that as a, you should probably check your NOTAMs if you have to divert, because that was how my private check ride went and maybe that's all of them, but you plan your cross country, you start out on the cross country, and you do your like first few waypoints to demonstrate that you can do it, and then the examiner has you divert. So the most obvious diversion airport would be that one that has work being done on the airport, but the work was done before our lesson, so the NOTAM was gone. So I still made him go elsewhere than that one. But yeah, so we started out on that, talked about some of the stuff, making sure that he's actually going to start his timer and everything, because that's one thing that the examiner said too, is make sure you do that, because people will forget that, and then you got to go another, like, to the next waypoint to demonstrate that. And then, so we started diverting, and we talked about like loss procedures and everything, and emergency stuff, and what is an emergency or what is not an emergency, when can you use the 121.5 and things like that. And then after that, oh gosh, I don't remember. Well, yeah, we worked on a bunch of stuff. So we did slow flight, we did stalls. He felt a lot better about those stalls, so that was nice. He was actually really excited afterward that they weren't so bad. Not bad, but like more aggressive. Like he was able to control them a lot better. So yeah, that was nice to see for me as well. Yeah, so steep turns, we did steep turns. And I assume we did an emergency, what's it called? I could just go to the track logs and find it. Yeah. Steep turns, slow flight, stalls, and then we did, I don't know what that is. Oh, we did instrument stuff. I think that, did some instrument stuff, I think. And then did simulated engine failure into ground reference maneuver. So we did a turnaround to point. Apparently we haven't done that in a while. So yeah, so it was funny. He picked just kind of a clump of buildings sort of thing, and there was like a perfectly good intersection just like a little bit further down. So it was one of those things where one of the things we have to do is to revisit everything and just make sure he knows how to get into all of those maneuvers in a nice, easy way so that he doesn't have to think about it too much. And then we came back in and did, it appears we did some, I don't know, is that go arounds, or I think short field landings is what we tried. And it it was the opposite direction of the runway that we usually do, so that made it a little bit trickier, I think, but it was just demonstrating how, yeah, just practice some more. All right, excellent. Next. So then, yeah, so then all of my dang students, well, okay, sorry. Coming back up. Right, or where you have a circling only approach with no straight and minima, which they love to publish in Canada, land at airports to see airline traffic. Oh no. You do it to save time. No, absolutely not. I have thought about getting a tiny inflatable like club to be my checklist stick, so I can whack my students when they don't use their checklists. But I would use it on you if you did a circling approach to save time. I haven't actually done that because I feel like that's probably not a professional way of doing things. But still. Circle because you're scared. You circle because you're scared. I circle because I like to see the trees. We are not the same. Charlie Yankee Lima Whiskey RNAV Alpha is a good one. There's another in the Rockies you're trying to remember. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. Charlie Yankee, Charlie Golf, RNAV Alpha is the other one you were thinking of. They get regular Q400 flights. Okay, it sounds frightening. Kelowna is awesome. And I think they used to operate commercial jets there. The circling could be like an 8-figure. What? That just doesn't sound right at all. That was the approach you flew in the RJ Sim onto 3-4. Thank God now they have restricted RNAV approaches into 3-4 with straight admins. Yes, definitely. When you were doing the RNAV Alpha into 3-4, you briefed it as, we're gonna fly it down like the space shuttle till 1,000, then pray we're stable. Good. I mean, hey, you briefed it. Literally skirting the mountains all around. Oh my goodness. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Grass taxi was funny. Avoid the ant. Right, exactly. Well, and that was the thing, because it was like, it wasn't a grass taxiway. It was just lights stuck in, or like indicators stuck in on the grass. So it was like, okay, if I'm not on the grass taxiway, it's gonna be, there were this sorts of stuff where it wasn't on the grass taxiway. So I had to make sure I did. Yeah, anyway. You would assume the fuel requirements are the same. That's what I would figure too, but I don't know. I was also like, I mean, it's a pop-up, so you had to divert on your PBL check ride. One real one, one fake, but that is a story time, and go. Yeah, I mean, like that is like they do. That's one of the things that they have to test, as well as like that is one of the things that I remember from my check ride. He was asking a certain question. I don't remember exactly how it went, but ultimately my answer ended up being, I said something, and then he's like, okay, yeah, what else? And I said something, and then what else? And then something like, if you're in an emergency, it's something like to do with like an emergency or lost. I literally was like, call 911. And he's like, huh, anything aviation wise for that? And I was like, oh yeah, 1215. So yeah, I was like, yeah, that was one of the things where it clicked a lot better. That sort of come on, there we go. Yeah, those sorts of things like kind of make it click a little bit better. I need to make sure that we're going, okay, we can turn again. Oh no, I'm going, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. Yeah. Anywho, sorry, I don't remember where we're at, so I'm just gonna continue. So bad. So yes, all of my dang students are like either after work or after school people. So it's like I had been enjoying being, for a little while, being able to like cram a bunch of them onto one day and only have to go in that one day. But now it's like I have to do like one lesson 3 to 4 to, depending on how many each of them want, how many days a week. So I was like, okay, if I'm gonna do this, I want to make it, I want to try and get other stuff in on that day as well. So I started trying to figure that stuff out. First, I forgot to continue this story. I asked friendstructor about potentially, if that guy that I had met actually wants to sell his plane, what should I be considering, or what should I be asking for, whether it's me or somebody else, like in our little airport area, because he expressed a little bit of interest, keep it up at his airport and do that. So I ended up texting that pilot, because we had also talked about potentially like flying together, because he needs time, and including instrument time, so I could be along for that. So texted him, and he said he was going to try and get more hours in the 172 before actually selling it, so it might be a month or so, or like 2 months. So still potential, as well as like, hey, should we potentially fly at some point? I was like, yeah, let's potentially fly. So we plan to, well, I was gonna try and do it on a day that I had a student, because again, it's gonna be in the evening, so we could go fly during the day, and then I could be there in the evening. So that was kind of the plan. My first student, I didn't. I decided to just study before that one. So it was post solo private student. We went and did towered ops again. It seemed like it was going to be a good day. So he went and did his solo. So I made sure, like, we did a few takeoffs and landings together, and then I had him taxi over to practice ground ops, and then I got out and sent him off to solo. I listened into his, like, him calling up ground at first, because I was nervous. Yeah, I was nervous about him screwing something up. Just, like, and again, not that he actually, like, would. It's just, like, one of those, like, instructor things where it's like, oh, God, like, did I miss anything? And he did. He did just fine. And then when he went, I was watching from inside, and he goes to taxi, and he could have taxi to the taxiway, turn so that you get all the way to the end of the runway, and then take off. But all of a sudden he's going straight across the taxiway, on the taxiway, in his defense, on the taxiway that we came off of. So then he just did I guess an intersection departure. So took off, did his 3 takeoffs and landings. At one point I could hear ATC and him communicating, and at one point, because I told him not to do not to do touch and goes. He's gonna do stop and goes. I thought that they asked him for if he wanted to do a touch and go, and I thought that I heard him accept that, and I was like, okay, I guess we'll see what happens. And he did end up doing a stop and go, so I might have just misheard it. And I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool then. So went and did it, came back in, and we went. And then when we taxied over, and then he contacted him again. We were a little bit further back from the runway than usual, and ATC was like, you're coming in really bad, you might want to check for a second radio. And I was like, oh, okay. So I start plugging stuff in, but I was also like, you know what, move up to the hold short line and we'll see what that does first. And so we did, and came in loud and clear. So that was another lesson learned of, like, limitations of those things. Excellent. And then I was supposed to, the day that I was supposed to start with new student is the day that Bonanza pilot and I decided we were going to go flying, and it was going to be a long day of flying because he needs a lot of instrument practice. So we planned he was going to come pick me up at work airport. So I went there and I waited and he came in and we, planned. Oh, that was the other thing. Sorry. So, somebody had left something at, work airport and I was able to get in contact with them about it. And they're like, hey, can you just mail it to me? And I was like, well, I could actually just come drop it off. Couldn't I? So they're like, okay, so it's this airport, you don't have to go out of your way. And I was like, no, we're just time building. So I asked, I was like, hey, is that okay if we go there first? And he's like, yep, cool. So we went there first, and got in there, and there was supposed to be a landing fee, but the lady was really nice and decided not to give us that or make us pay that, especially because we were doing a very nice thing for somebody else anyway. So then after that, it was like, okay, so where are we gonna go? I always pack all of my own food. So I was not necessarily expecting to like stop and eat anywhere, but he had gone to this place that had a good restaurant, I guess. So we decided to go over there, do an instrument approach into there. And then I started working the radios so that so he did like the most of the stuff, all the stuff beforehand. And then we kind of separated that stuff. I was working the radios. And when we were taking off, we started taking off, we started our roll from that airport, and my door popped open. So we had to abort and come back around and go again. Cause that door is tricky, and it also had like a little warning that said, make sure it's properly latched. And I apparently did not do that. So that was fun. So we went over there, we landed there, and had lunch there, and then we took off again, go to just another airport this far away, making sure I'm gonna be back in time for my lesson. And then and it was a busier airport that wasn't, how do I put it? It was a busier airport that you wouldn't expect to have an approach frequency, but it did. So it came up that we did. We were like, okay, so how would we know that? Whatever. It was like, I mean, I saw it because I looked. And then we listened to the weather, and it's on the ATIS, contact approach first. So then we had all of these questions about like, okay, but like, so like, when do we do? I would assume it'd be at 20 miles. And then we got in contact with them, and then that's the other thing is we were VFR for this one and the other one. So I'm so used to doing the IFR stuff. So whenever I'm like, oh, I'm requesting this approach, and they're just like, okay, go do that, whatever. It's like, oh, okay, I'm VFR. I kind of get to do what I want, sort of a thing. It's weird. I would just rather be on the flight plan, to be honest. So then, and we were trying to like play with his avionics, because his avionics are the same ones in the Constant Speed 172. So we were gonna try and do like the VNAV stuff. However, we ended up having to like stay higher. We got a altitude restriction because there was something passing underneath us. So that messed up our VNAV approach, and we just kind of came in and touch and go, I think, and started taking off again. They had asked before we swapped to tower, I think, what we were doing, and we were like, okay, we're gonna depart this direction. And then once we did our touch and go and we start kind of climbing, they're like, oh, so you can turn here and let us know where you're going, or turn at this taxiway and let us know where you're going, where you're parking. And I was like, we're departing. And they're like, oh, okay, that's cool. You can contact approach again, or departure, whatever. So we contacted them again, and they're like, okay, what heading are you going to be going on? And it was like, well, this one, I guess. And then they're like, all right, cool. And what altitude are you going to go to? I asked him. He's like, we'll go this high. He's like, okay, that's cool. Told them. And then we start going, and then we're still going, and we're still going, and we didn't hear anything, and we didn't get like swapped over or anything. So we're like, So they don't know where we're going, so are we still on flight following, or what is this? So just called them up and we're like, so confirming we're good to like squawk VFR and do all that stuff. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, do all that stuff. And then we, yeah, went our merry way. And we're flying and we're flying and we're flying, and then we get back and we try to do the VNAV thing again at work airport, and it didn't quite work. So, yeah, that'll be something to kind of work on and practice. So yeah, and then I had to go prep for lesson with new student, and new student came and her husband came with, so I think that that's just going to be a thing, is I'm going to have 2 people there. And yeah, it was different, because we like started pre-flight and everything, went through all of that, what you got to do, and he had questions and she had questions, but like let her do like the actual tactile stuff and all that. And then yeah, went and did a lesson. We planned to do stalls. I usually like doing stalls. One of the first lessons that I do, she had done a discovery flight before, so it's like second lesson, perfect, stalls. But we ended up just doing refresh. It was a while ago, so we just refreshed on the fundamentals, straight and level, turns, climbs, descents, did some slow flight, turns, climbs, descents, and then I just demonstrated a couple of stalls, just to kind of like get that out of the way. And then yeah, came back and showed that the pattern is just kind of like slow flight, and that's what you do, and you come in and there we go. And I think that was about it. Let me look. Yeah, pre-flight ops, weather and aircraft checks, systems, surface ops, taxi and run-ups, fundamentals of flight, straight and level flight, turns, climbs, descents, slow flight and recovery, and intro to stalls. Yep, so that was that. Oh, and then it was sort of like, yeah, like logging of the hours with other pilot. It's like, so we like technically it is. I get to log all of that as instruction, because instructors can still do simulated instrument flight, as well as there were a variety of things. As like I was helping him with the avionics. I was doing like because like I had experience with those avionics, and we were kind of swapping like techniques and things like that, and it was cool to do and kind of get perspectives from different sort of pilot. All right, and back. Sorry, we're almost done, I promise. I guess we could go outside the plane now for a little bit. Finding where we were again. You know someone who did a real diversion on their diversions PPL lesson? And go. Add that to the fact that you're already super nervous. Right, exactly. Do I keep an eye on Flight Radar 24 on student solos? Yes. My one, like I've mentioned this before, I actually forget that one of my students, when he's doing his solos, just because I do. I'm very confident in his abilities already, especially because he's very conscientious about stuff to begin with. So it's like, as much as I would worry about him, I feel like he worries enough for the both of us. And not like worries, but like I said, very conscientious, very diligent about stuff. So yeah, and I am. I'm gonna be fairly confident. I don't want to like be too whatever, too confident in it, but I am. I feel like I'm gonna be pretty confident sending him off to checkride. I hope that that's warranted, like from my own perspective of like, okay, have I done everything that I should? Have I taught everything? Have I all of that? But Yeah. Other students, though, yeah, definitely watching and checking and making sure and being like, oh my God. So, yeah, definitely. Story time at 1:41. The chief CFI can get examining authority, so they can do the check rides for the students at the school. Your chief CFI doesn't have this at the moment. To get examining authority, he has to do 2 check rides. The student isn't being examined, but the CFI, under FAA supervision. So you were voluntold to be the guy to do the check ride with the FAA in the room for the oral and in the back of the plane. You were told on the check ride that the FAA is sick, and CCFI gouged your ADM on the airport. Oh, okay. To divert to. That was the fake one. Or fake check ride, you should clarify. Okay, sounds good. Okay. So then the real one. But no, that is, and that's kind of exactly, well, it's not quite what I did to my student. I just said, I have to pee. Just because it was like, I wanted to get, because I wanted to get the that NOTAM thing in there where it's like, okay, is somebody having to pee, an emergency? Probably. If it's something like there's workers on the runway, if the runway is closed, like, yeah, the having to pee probably isn't an emergency. So that's what I kind of wanted to like make it be, as something that, yeah, we should probably land pretty soon, but we still need to like look at all of the things that could be a problem with landing where we think we want to land, sort of a thing. So yeah, so that was what I did. That's why I did mine the way that, or I did his the way that I did that. The real one was on check ride prep with your normal, I assume, instructor. And something happened? So curious. Oh, right on, cool. Okay, so that, oops, oh shoot. So then, yeah, the next day I had, I was supposed to have a lesson later with pre-checkride private student. So I took up at home airport somebody that I had been trying to take up. I had tried to take up in the past, but it hadn't worked. So that was cool. That was nice. It was going to be a little bit windy, a little bit bumpy, but not too bad. We had actually canceled for like more extreme winds before, but this one was fine. So yeah, was able to take that person up, and so we circled around a bunch of stuff, and then I put us on a heading and let her fly for a little bit, and I don't know if this is just me adjusting and my own assessments and my own skills and stuff, but like when like I was teaching the turns, is she would input the turn and then like take the turn back out again. And I had noticed that some students, when like I'm teaching that, they'll put the turn in and then they'll just like not take it back out again. So I commented on that and I was like, oh, look at that, you got that instinct. Held altitude pretty well and everything, and yeah, overall had a good time. It was a little bit bumpy. There were a couple bumps, but it came up, and she's like, well, I assume that you'll say something if anything's actually an issue. And I was like, no, I won't. I'm gonna be cool as a cucumber and you're not gonna know nothing. But no, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't bad enough for it to be a problem for me. But I just mentioned like, hey, if it is, like, that's why it's not a problem for me, but I don't necessarily know what's a problem for you people anymore, or like, sorry, not you people, but people who haven't been doing it as long. So I have become a lot more conscious of that, but I also want to make sure that people feel comfortable like saying, hey, you know what, this isn't cool or nice or comfortable. So yeah. So then after that had lesson with pre-check ride private student again, and the plan was to just go over some of those maneuvers to make sure he had the configuration down and understanding of what was expected in checkride and everything. So we did steep turns, we did slow flight. He didn't want to do stalls again because he wanted to keep that like good feeling of the stalls, and he wasn't sure he would, if they went wrong this time, then he would lose that. So I gave him an emergency descent instead. So we practiced that, and I had to help him through the first one, get him to like that actual like sort of thing, and he got it on the second one. That was good. Then we practiced slips, got him on a straight and level, because he mentioned that. He was like, we haven't done that in a while. So got him on a straight and level and just had him do the rudders back and forth while tracking nice and straight, and he did. He tracked nice and straight, and he said it felt so weird just going back and forth and stuff like that. But he did. He kept it really nice and straight. And then we practiced him descending, and then coming back in, had him do it to a landing. So yeah, so that was that one. And oh gosh, is that it? I think that might be it. Oh, well, final thing. Yeah, I got a call from the mechanic for the 172, and he let me know that he was working on stuff. He had to make sure that he could get into the hangar, and then he was going to work on some stuff, and yeah, any other stuff that needed to be, yeah, potentially taken care of soon, or what have you. So, yeah. I think that's it. Oh, thank God. Okay, here we go. Back to chat, and then we're gonna go back to the airport and be done for the even. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hello, hello, hello. How is it going? Sorry, I was trying to get through final story times, just like blasting through them. Happy to have you here. Hope you're well. CFI, yes, your normal CFI. You were being vectored to a visual for pattern work, and then approach told you the airfield was closed, state intentions. You diverted to an airfield about 15 miles away and tried to do your pattern work there. But it got very busy due to the closed Class Charlie airport. You did 2 touch and goes, and LBB was back open when you went back. Ah, there you go. You people, I know, the way that I... That's not what I meant. That's not what I said either. I will say I am very professional when I'm actually in real life and with like particularly passengers. Just because like I want to give a good impression of general aviation and this sort of stuff, just because some people can be. I had this discussion recently with pre-checkride private student, like. I don't know, for me, flying is so cool and airplanes are so cool. I think everybody likes airplanes, right? Or everybody should like airplanes, but some people are just like not. They're like, you do that? Why would you do that? What's wrong? You're nuts. So I want to make sure that it's a good experience for people who may never do another experience like that again. So like with my students, I like to be a little bit more laid back and chill with that, just because like we're all aware of the things now, as well as to kind of like get them used to that sort of stuff. And I do think that like my instinct or my first reaction to like a bump, like a turbulence or whatever, is wee. So I feel like that kind of like sets people at ease a little bit. As well as I've talked to private/sport student who's probably going to go private soon-ish, hopefully. Well, yeah, I'll have to chat with him about that again. We went and did passenger flights with him, and, well, he had said at one point before that he had seen stories of people at certain schools where they would get yelled at for doing a hard landing or something. And I've gotten to the point where I'm fine with it, and I do know when and how. Like, I've gotten a lot better at having them be able to go further into a not bad landing, but a less smooth landing, and then be able to use it as a learning experience, and be able to like kind of laugh with them about it, because it's a learning curve. You're gonna have those. You're gonna have them even after you've mastered being able to land, got consistent on landing. Everybody's got bad landings at some point. So yeah, like being able to be a little bit more at ease with that sort of stuff with students in particular, I feel is good as well. Where was I going with this? The you people stuff. Yes, I am. I'm much more professional when I'm in real life. Stop it! Give me back my plane. But yes, I know, but you like a spicy CFI. I definitely a spicy CFI. So like, that came out wrong potentially. That's one of the things too, is you know how I talk to you guys and I talk about like ATC. It's like they'll say this and they'll say this and they'll be like, oh, and then okay, cool. I've started doing that with my students. So like we're like talking about towered ops and I'll say, and they'll be like, okay, cool. And then I have to catch myself and be like, no, they won't say that. They will say this and I will say it properly. So yeah, that's another sort of a thing. Half of the time you land, you say it, not my best, not my worst. Right, exactly. So yeah, and that was one of those things too, where when I was doing passenger flights with private sports student, we had specifically talked about that thing, and then during the passenger flights, there ended up being a pretty spicy crosswind, which I tried to let him. I try to let them fly as much as possible to get that experience, and so on one of them, it ended. I feel bad, but like it did. It was quite the landing, quite the landing or three landings. No, it was a bit, what, yeah, not in, how do I put this without, I was perfectly in control at all times. Like it wasn't gonna actually do anything like awful or go off the runway or anything like that, but it was an experience for all of us. And like, and he said to the passengers in the back, he was like, this is kind of a spicy landing. And I started laughing because it was just like, you're gonna have those sorts of things, which I hope at least put them at ease as well. Like, what the did we just experience? And I apologized to him afterward. I was like, I was thinking from an instructor point of view at that point to like let him fly it and get that experience. And I didn't think about the whole like, I thought less about the having passengers in the back and making a good impression sort of thing. And he was like, oh, I'm totally good with it and everything. And I was like, okay, that's cool. But still, that was one of the things that I should have thought about. So yeah, lesson learned. And bad landings come in waves like this. Yes? Is that what you're saying? Absolutely. You're doing your IFR training right now and your landings have gotten very questionable. It happens to all of us. But also you have been forced to land in a 20-knot crosswind the last 3 to 4 times. It's good for you. It builds character. Oh, and it's more fun to find the humor and like recognize that it's just part of the process and you just get better next time. Yeah. Anyway. All right, should we land this thing? Where are we going? Okay. Ugh. You know what? Hand flight. Okay. Ooh, should we hand fly it like that? No, we're not gonna hand fly it like that. Get it started going that way. All right. Sure, runway 13, why not? And Nav. I was like, oh yeah, we'll go ahead and hand fly it. Nah. Why? Why would we do that? Always try to be positive. Yes. Well, and that was something that Bonanza pilot and I like kind of talked about a little bit, because he's a CFI too, and he mentioned that like he had to kind of like stop being buddy with his students sometimes, because like then they wouldn't like take the criticism, or like I don't know, I can't remember exactly what he said about it, but like I can definitely like see that about like I'm your instructor, I gotta like actually teach you the things. So it's like I definitely got kind of buddy with some of my students too, but like especially again like pre-checkride student, or yeah, pre-checkride private student, we get along really well, but he definitely takes instruction very well, and I don't think that is a detriment at all, us like getting along like that. For my post-solo private student, I definitely have tried to be a bit more, a bit less laid back. I've talked about this before, that like, how do I put this? Again, he doesn't seem cocky, but just definitely like confident, leaning into overconfidence a bit. So I have tried to be a little bit more serious about certain things, to like really home in the fact that like you do have to have respect for this as a hobby, as a profession, as just an activity in general. And yeah, so yeah, kind of finding that balance, at least for him. And then yeah, just different personalities. You kind of got to just gauge and like decide, okay, which one am I going to do here? But yeah, I think definitely, at least, well, and then I was going to say like starting out with people should be less sort of, I don't know, laid back and chill and whatever, but I don't know. It's constantly a learning opportunity, and for me, so a whole lot of character, but yeah, you hold no grudges and have enjoyed training. Yes, good, bad, or ugly. Good, excellent. That's how you get through the toughest parts, and of course, the energy. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it is, and like otherwise it does. It's like that's one of my things is like with pre-checkride private student, I get to have more fun because he's worrying for the both of us, or being like whatever for the both of us. For post-solo private student, I have to be the one that's worrying because he's being the confident, like, you know what I mean? So that's why so it's more fun for me if I'm the one who gets to be laid back and chill and have the good time. So that's, yeah. You can and should be firm at times. Yes, you want them to be great. Right, exactly. And I've definitely tried doing that, and it's still a work in progress for me. But yeah, we're getting there, I think, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Overconfidence can be a risk, hazardous attitudes. Right, exactly. And again, I don't want to like jump the gun on it either. Like, I don't want to like make him like go the complete opposite direction either. But, and again, he's a high school senior, so like at that age, we were all like that, right? So I don't want to like burst his bubble or anything, but I do want to like find a way, like, yeah, I'm trying to find a balance between both of those, as well as I've thought about trying to like naturally work in like going over those hazardous attitudes sort of thing. But yeah, I don't know how well, just how do I put this, like not overtly saying look at these and look at them in yourself. You know what I mean? Versus like, so I want you, this is going to be on the checkride, so go ahead and look at these. I feel like that would end up being, okay, he's going to look at them and he's going to like, I don't know, either memorize them or just be aware of them and be like, yep, I did those, and not like take that in. So yeah, so I'm not sure how I'm going to go about that part of it yet. We'll get there. You relish the challenge and you will screw it up a bunch of times, but one day you'll be able to land in a severe crosswind in an emergency and will have the skills to land it. Exactly. And that's one of the things too, and one of the things that I like tell pre-checkride student is like, look how far you've come. Like really, already. Back when you didn't know how to do nothing and you didn't know any of this stuff, and like I can say to him at least too, all of the times when I'm asking these tricky questions and getting him like ready for the checkride stuff, he has the answer and he has the right answer and he gets it. Even when I ask it in a weird way, he gets what I'm getting at. So yeah, so definitely like look back at where you were, realize where you are, and just see how far you have left to go yet. It's gonna be there. You're gonna be able to look back on this point just like you're looking back at those points, and it's gonna be good. It's a delicate situation because he needs to continue to be motivated. Yes, exactly. So I don't know. But I don't also want to be like assuming that he's going to be demotivated when he really does need that kick in the ass. You know what I mean? Yeah, or go elsewhere, another runway. Yes, the muscle memory, definitely. Yeah, definitely getting those like different, and that's another thing too. Like I allowed, so the 25 nautical mile endorsement for students to go and practice at airports within 25 nautical miles for pattern work. I did that for pre-checkride student because I felt comfortable with him going there. I have not yet signed off post solo student for that, just because I wonder. Worry is less of the word. It's more of the like the wonder part of it. So yeah, I would say you're not trying to burst your bubble or ruin your confidence, but look at this and can you see how this might be you? And discuss. Okay. That seems so blunt though. Oh God. Okay, because there was a moment too though, like when we were doing a ground thing, and he asked something like something about how does everybody not get this stuff where I'm at, sort of a thing, and like he wasn't doing, and no, like that was not like what my thing was, because we were talking about weather and stuff, and it was a lesson, so it was stuff that we hadn't introduced yet. So that kind of just like made me think like, oh, does he think that he's like not getting stuff? Because that's the other thing too, is because he does get the stuff and does do things fairly well. So it kind of seemed to me like in the FOIs, the fundamentals of instruction, he seemed to be like one of the the more confident students that get stuff right away, and then that then they just become content with that rather than even getting even better when they can. So I was kind of using that as sort of a not blueprint for him, but just like keeping that in mind, just so that like, yeah, he's getting the stuff and everything, and I just don't want him to like be content with just that. So keeping on upping that standard and everything while still, how do I put that? Yeah, while still like, yeah, maintaining that confidence. So like if it is, I don't want to be assuming that that is him and then ruining his confidence. So yeah, I don't know. People forget about their progress. Their minds are so wrapped around the current challenges they lose track. Yes, absolutely and exactly. Cause yeah, like even for myself, it's like sometimes it is. It's like difficult because like the double I stuff. I'm trying really hard to be like good at it, and it makes me nervous just because like that, the instrument stuff is very, again, apart from like teaching somebody to fly a plane in general, instrument stuff can be it can be dangerous. So I want to make sure that I'm like well prepared to prepare somebody else for that stuff. So that can be like a little bit disheartening when it feels like I'm not making the progress that I would like to. And then like if I look back and I'm like, okay, think about those times when I was in private and I did something silly or I couldn't get stuff, that is going to pass too. So I have no idea what pattern is here. Hang on. 1800. Okay, coming in. Might have to slip it. We're probably a little far away. So yeah, so that's what I try to do to, yeah, for my students as well too. Seems a bit forward, sure. You were trying to word it delicate. All the delicacy of a raging bull. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, and I could definitely use that as like a, oh, what are you doing there? My rudder was strange. Yeah, I could definitely like, cause I don't know. But, and that's the other thing is like, maybe that's what he does need is that bluntness. Cause every time I try to like figure out, okay, how do I put this delicately? I also feel like it's not gonna come through. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Okay, sorry, hang on. Let me just actually like land this thing like a normal person, kind of, even though like our approach is kind of, oh, okay, we are at 500. Sounds good. 83, we got our flaps in, carb heat is irrelevant, fuel is on, undercarriage is fixed, mixture's full rich. Power, propeller pump, safety, seat belts, and security. Coming in at like friggin' 90. I don't want to be, I want to slip it. There we go. Numbers, aiming at those numbers. Okay, now we're going like this, and we got lots of energy. Less energy than we thought. Oh god, my rudders aren't working. My bad. Okay. Oops. Oh, no. We're gonna go like this. And then we're gonna go like this. Okay, honestly, I can taxi a lot sharper than this in a real plane. I just want to say that. Sorry, anyway. Constantly forget that you are a pilot, right? You are legal to fly around and even fly passengers now that you're in IR training. It is important to appreciate how far you've come. Exactly. And I think too, like, that stuff settling in will come with time as well, just because like the more that you do it, the more familiar it gets, I guess. Because yeah, I think I've mentioned before, I didn't really get as, and not that I'm like fully confident or anything, I've gotten a lot more confident since doing my long haul ferry flights, as well as doing the CFI training, as well as the actual instructing. So like all of those experiences actually doing the things and having to do the things like helps with that as well. So yeah, definitely giving yourself those experiences to grow and build is good too. You are sure you will be a very delicate CFI once you get there? Yeah, you think so? You'll figure out the wordings that you need to use, maybe, or not. Never know. Hey, different techniques for different students. and different instructors. For some people, being blunt works best. Hard to tell though. Right, exactly. And that's why it's like you can't. I feel like you can't like come back. You can always go a little bit harder, but it's a lot more difficult to come back from going a little too hard. You know what I mean? In that respect. Looks like a cross-controlled situation. Yeah. I don't know what I was doing with my rose. Probably I'm doing it once. That was a good. Oh well, thank you. I do. I promise. I fly better. I land better. I do everything better in an actual plane. But thank you. We landed. You prefer a hard, constructive truth. Fair. But yeah. I don't know. I don't want to have like I just worry about having misjudged it and then like doing something or saying something that wasn't the right thing, right? You believe me? Seriously? I've thought about and I've even tried doing did I ask you to turn off? Apparently I did. Okay, so post-flight electronics. Leave the beacon on, flaps go up, pitot heat off, avionics, and mixture and throttle, I guess. Liquids, flow. Whatever. Yay. Oh, God. Woo, let's go do LittleNavMap. So, yeah, no, I've thought about like having the whole camera thing in the cockpit, but like it's like there's people who are really good at finding places with very little information and just like little visuals, right? So I just worry about like doxing myself. So unfortunate. You felt like it would be hard to come back. You feel like it would be hard to come back, right? It's a difficult situation, but if you suspect a safety issue, then rather say something harsh than let him or her do something stupid and paying the consequences. And that's the thing is like, I feel like it's not at that point yet. And not even that it's a yet. And I wonder if it's being like too like picky too is the thing. Rather like it's maybe it's just a personality difference rather than an actual issue. But I definitely get that stuff, and it's something that I've been working on and we've been working on, and I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, LittleNavMap, where's the thing? Oh God, oh, for the love. I gotta start doing these things earlier so I'm more with it by the end. Gosh darn it. Okay, so we taxied down. We went into our run-up area that apparently wasn't there, and then we took off. And then we went that way. And then we talked about our stuff, and then we went to the initial approach fix. We contacted ATC, and then went to our initial approach fix. And then we went in, did our ILS. And then we continued taxiing and took off the other direction. And then we went out for a little bit, and then got our direct to the initial approach fix that would allow us to not have to do a procedure turn. And then we went in for that RNAV, did our, we're not going to talk about that circle to land. It kind of looks like a sheep. It's got the little nose with the little head, and the little eye / potential ear right there. It's a sheep. Maybe not. Yeah, that awful circle to land. And then, yeah, came in, landed awfully, took off the other direction in good weather, and we just meandered around while we did story time. Isn't there like a, is there like a Star Wars vehicle that is slightly this way, like that, sort of, and then it's got the little circle bit in the middle? Or am I thinking of something completely different? Or it looks like a robot guy who's got like a helmet there, and then his like jaw is like up here like this, and he's and then he's got a little eye there. That works too, right? Right? Yeah. Oh yeah, and it was May the 4th be with you, as well as Cinco de Mayo. Happy both of those. And yeah, that's all I got. You mean you're not a CFI and I'm nowhere near qualified to judge, but just your 2 cents. Right. And like, I do, that's like the things that I keep kind of going back to, is like, it is, if it is a safety issue, I would have rather, like talked about it. And like, but we definitely have like talked about this stuff. It's just, yeah. I guess I'm still trying to find delicate ways of just kind of like, I don't know. Spiral the land, you don't know, just a joke. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Mirwarth. That was kind of what it was. Even though you say it's not me. Yeah. So yeah, no, and like, it is. It's just one of those things where I just want to make, I want to make sure that I'm not letting something go that I shouldn't, even though like I do. I feel like it's not like an issue right now. So yeah, just one of those things that like keeping an eye on and making sure that don't do, yeah. Ha 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 ha. Begone, bot. My bot catcher worked. Makes me so happy. Ban the bot. Deny the bot. So pleasing. Okay. Hard on the instructor too, because you're the one responsible. Right, exactly. And that's like one of the things too, where part of it is you're teaching people, and then at some point they're gonna go out and do stuff, and you are the one with your name in their book. So like for now, it's like, yeah, there's been not even necessarily for this student, but for other things, like for other people, I wasn't sure I wanted my name in their book. So, or at least for like signing off and stuff. For instructing, sure, but for that, like actual sign-offs, it's like, not sure about that. Other people were okay with it, apparently, but I had to make that decision of like, I don't think I am. So yeah, so there are certain things where it's like you put in that you talked about aeronautical decision making, you talked about these sorts of things, these like variety of things, so that it's, if anything were to happen, you can point to, we did talk about this, so it wasn't a me issue, it was a them issue, sort of a thing. Yeah, hard to teach maturity in a cockpit. Right, but I keep coming back to, like, there's lots of accidents that have happened. It is a dangerous thing to be doing, so you have to respect it and do stuff with, yeah, I don't know. But anyway, yeah. Maybe not the best time. Yeah, maybe not. And yeah, I do feel like there is a little bit of just a general learning curve for that. That has nothing to do with aviation. It's just you're senior in high school and now have to go off to college and everything and do real world stuff. And yeah, I remember being there. I was there. Like, I'll say aviation, I think aviation has matured me a lot. So it is like you have to be mature enough for it, but then it also helps enhance that. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. So a lot of different stuff that we went over today. Hang on. Put that there. Put this here. Put that there. We'll go find a raid if anybody's on the line anymore. Yeah, it does. It's like there's some weeks that like nothing really happens, or like not nothing, but just like the usual happens. And then there's other weeks where it's just like I don't remember what I did because like so many different things happen. I don't remember when things happen. It's just blah. But yeah, so I appreciate you guys for sticking with me and putting up with me and my shenanigans. And why am I here? I have to go this way. I'm clicking the wrong buttons. And yeah, so I am. I'm hoping that soon-ish. I keep kind of saying that, but it feels like it's I don't know, on the way, but I don't know, maybe that's not, I don't know. To be like having a little bit more structure. But we'll see. This one could be fun. We'll see. I'm just gonna double check. It's taken a little bit to... Looks like it's frozen. Okay. I like this. We're gonna go here. We learn a lot teaching. It's insane. Right, exactly. And that's why I did not want to I did not actually want to be an instructor at all, but I am enjoying it. It is still tough. And it's definitely not like career thing I want to do. I would really enjoy continuing to do it as like a one-off basis sort of a thing. But yeah, even for myself, I am glad to have done it. At least for first the training for myself, as well as like doing the instruction myself has also made me a better pilot. I think anyway, I hope. So yeah. It is. It's good. Aviation is a great equalizer. Yeah, yep, exactly. There's also thank you. Yeah, you guys are great, and you make it. Yeah, I do. I enjoy doing this, and I enjoy sharing it, and I appreciate that you guys enjoy it, and it does. It just makes it that much more fun, better, and all those good things. So, yeah. You always enjoy hanging out. Always enjoy having you. Hope you have a great week as well. But it's Thursday today, so have a great rest of your week and then a great weekend. And then, yeah, until next time. I have not yet figured out my schedule for students. So we'll see. I'm thinking we're going to try to get it in the beginning of the week. But we'll see. So yeah, I do. I appreciate you guys bearing with me with that stuff as well. So yeah, anyway, yeah. And before I go into other stuff, whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. I'll go back through the stuff, make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you, Stu222 and Cross Hyperoo. That rhymed. That made me happy. For the raids, if you guys haven't checked them out, somehow check them out. Good people, great people. Thank you for the follows and for the subscriptions. Appreciate you guys again. And yeah, for the chattings and the help and the stories and all those. So yeah, it is. I do. I always enjoy doing this. I wish I could do it more. And at some point, we'll get back to it. So yeah. If I forgot anything, I apologize. Brandy's mush. And yeah. Have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all of the good things. So, thank you so much, and bye.